will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together. his strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
So, this is what empowers him.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the Hammer of Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the Shield of Light. And so it shall, for the Ultima Weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima Weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. From the deepest pit of the seven hells, to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
I think the people who are too powered Canada who really have no business being of course, just, talk about this, freedoms, and this was pretty much every single thing the business on the federal level, and then also to find production. But also, looking at too long, so air or
All of those are really important. Big possible by retail. I think the profits is great. And that was one of the areas as well, your ability to communicate and to have good relations with the province as one that was mentioned in the last survey. But when it comes to congestion and traffic, that's one of the areas where some residents and participants say is lacking. As you said, it gets your blood pressure high when you are out there going nowhere fast, when you're in Toronto. What are some of the steps that you're going to be making over the next little while in order to improve congestion, especially when Toronto's just about to host the World Cup? I mean, 2 weeks is going to go really fast.
I know, you're absolutely right. And because we haven't built transit for so long, and people don't have alternatives but to drive, right? That's essentially others, but still. So we are coordinating, working to coordinate the constructions, and we'll be welcoming the fall. We are hiring traffic agents. You know, those people with, you see them at the intersection are really busy directing traffic, so we can block the box, right? It's very frustrating. We are working to speed up the rebuild of the diamond, because the diamond literally is falling apart, right? We are not just fixing it, we are rebuilding it. We're looking to make it faster, and it's one, and you know, let's go through, we work with the province and some engineering experts to make it faster, make the construction faster. Plus, we are testing all the AI traffic signals. There are so-called pilot projects. We can't just rush out and do it because it's not it works well. So along University, for example, some of those traffic lights are coordinated by AI. And to be a company with Rogers Bell and TELUS to do all these smart AI things, making it work. So, but it's still at a pilot stage. We're rolling it out.
Now, so you're saying in a week, but when it comes to the government stuff,
We get that off. We say before the end of the month, we will hear some details on how we can speed up the diamond rebuild, because it's people are stuck there, right? And I get it. It's hard.
Another issue that a lot of people didn't have a lot of confidence.
This is likely how her entire term is going to go. She's going to be testing out different pilot programs. Some may have more success than others, but ultimately it's going to remain a massive shift. Like Toronto really is, if whoever plans that mess is almost doomed to fail. So if there's something that can be implemented at maybe a higher level to just make the GTA a much better place, because it's horrible all around it. The infrastructure, the roads, the taxes. I mean, Crown allowed Olivia Chow is trying to implement, if she hasn't yet already, the grain tax, which is just so absurd. Like, to park in your own driveway if you own a home, a detached home. Yes, those are real in Toronto. You are taxed. I think it's like several $1,000 per year you're taxed to park in your driveway. If you don't pay it, the city comes around with those massive cylinder blocks, or cement blocks, and puts them in front of your driveway so you can't park your car there. That is the state of Toronto. So how I see it going, she's going to be implementing all these pilot programs. Some may work better than others, and then it's going to be a new election. She's going to say, well, look, we haven't had the chance to take these successful pilot programs and make them into real programs out of their pilot phase. Vote me in, and we'll do that, and that'll fix Toronto. That's just the copy-paste recipe that these people do to try and extend their term into, longer terms, to get more money, and to have some sort of self-identified, self-entitled legacy, which is all in their head and looks good on paper. The brands are there, the one barrel candidates were there for a little bit, but didn't actually improve anything, right?
For instance, over the last year was fighting gun violence, especially over the last few days, let's say the last week. We have seen a shooting every day, especially when it comes to youth being involved, whether victims or suspects. We've seen the number of youth arrested for gun violence double over the last year. What does the city have planned to try to get to the root cause? Because if kids at the age of 14 to 16, 17 are being roped in and involved, where do you go now in order to stop this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed, and I spoke to some of the moms that have lost kids to gun violence. It's heartbreaking. 14-year-old shooting? What? It's just terrible. I've talked to some experts, and during the pandemic, children are isolated, and so they don't necessarily have the connection to their friends or learning their social skills. And there are people preying on them and recruiting them into gangs. So we are, in the last year, we are investing a lot more on youth prevention, youth violence prevention programs, more after-school programs. Nowhere near enough. We are really focusing on it, bringing experts together to do the kind of prevention work. Because when young people feel that they belong, they have a purpose in life, they have hope that they are not trapped in a cycle of poverty, then they don't get recruited into gangs as easily, right? If they feel they belong, whether it's a school band or a basketball team or something, right? So we need, in some of the neighborhoods especially, to heavily involved. And also preventing people into falling into poverty. Because that is, we're seeing that when you feel there's no hope, then that's pretty deadly.
We are out of time, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is speaking of putting people in poverty. Like, you are taxing people a rain tax, which you have no control over the footprint of your home that you've already bought without knowing that there's ever going to be a rain tax. So there's no way to actually shelter yourself from this tax, right? Like, with your income, you have the option, you're going to be taxed on your income bracket, so you have the option of, trying to work in different ways to increase your income or stay under a certain tax bracket, or if you have a business, you can start off business expenses, a lower tax bracket, yada, yada, yada. There's so many ways, right? But with this new rain tax, it's just literally the size of your home that already exists, and if you've been living in it for a while, you're still subject to that tax, and then now you have to downgrade your home, potentially lower your quality of life if we're making a direct correlation between the size of your home and quality of life, which that's not exactly true. I lived in a van for 10 years and my quality of life was awesome. But nonetheless, just for the sake of this example, making that correlation there, it's a bit bizarre that Lee Chow has been elected as mayor. I think the progress are not exactly up to date, got a little bit more. I'm not exactly up to date right now on all of the candidates that ran, but I feel like there has to be a better option. There has to have been a better option than Olivia Chow. I'd just like to know who this in the comments. In addition to that, at some point, there was a banner that showed up. I don't know if you guys saw it. Maybe it was caught out of the screen, but there was a banner that showed up during this interview that Olivia Chow is liked or has the approval rating even 1 year into her being mayor. 6 out of 10 Canadians say, yes, we like you, Olivia Chow, as our mayor. Keep going. I just want to ask a question on you. Are you one of them? Think that Olivia Chow is doing a good job? Even if you're not from Toronto, let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. That's what we're going to end this video on.
still stand? Can his strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
So, this is what empowers him.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the Hammer of Darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the Shield of Light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. From the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
Pierre Polyev has done it again, and this time
Van
he's taken
Belzar,
some prisoners.
your
Just minutes ago,
enemy's
the
shield
Conservative Party
is
delivered
broken.
a takedown of the CBC, calling out the broadcast.
The rest I
years
leave
of
to
wasting taxpayer
you.
money and spreading liberal propaganda. Of course,
We
you are
will
tapped under
speak
the
later, Ascian.
with the crowd on their feet. Polyev didn't hold
But
back,
first,
outlining exactly
I
why
must
he believes
deal
the
with
CBC has
you.
lost its way.
The question
And
of
as if
who
that
is
wasn't enough,
mightier
he's making it
remains.
clear that defunding the CBC is just the beginning.
Come,
Polyev's stance on the CBC isn't
adventurer.
clear, but his
Let
latest
us
push
find
to pull
the
plug on
answer
the national
together.
broadcaster has caught the attention of many, both supporters and critics. He argues that the CBC is nothing more than a taxpayer-funded mouthpiece for the Liberal government, and he's determined to end what he sees as a wasteful drain on public money. This bold move has put him in the spotlight, and whether you agree with him or not, there's no denying that Polyev is picking things up. Meanwhile, Trudeau continues to make taxpayer money and effective social responsibility together. He has conservative money for the tax dollars. The media, that's just Trudeau. That's Ventura. That's this controversy. That's this one. Here's background. Liberal politicians. And people out with justice. Harrison says that Pascal, one column he supports, has been the liberals are hard to take over the records on the top, using every script in the book to spread its garbage. So let's be honest, the ruling the policies that little to actually improve the lives of those outside the institution. As the debate rages on, it's clear that the liberals and their allies struggle to find a solid ground to stand on when it comes to the instead of everything they've got in forward. The arguments speak more about than addressing the guilt. While the people are trying to defend the important state of the institution, Orwell argues that they need fighting for a more responsible tax code. Fully evident that the particularly brains tax code without arguing. He argues that the broadcaster will become little more media for propaganda. So there's a running rapid vulnerability down from the stories that might be critical not just the case broadcasters out of touch with the attitude. His message became a fact. Fight accountability. Particularly with the conservative They argue emphasizes that the CBC plays a key role in offering programs for multiple languages, including indigenous languages, which she claims are vital for preserving culture and ensuring these communities stay informed.
Independent creators are worried that their online success will now depend on the degree to which their content is deemed Canadian.
According to Pascal, refunding the CBC's records are the leave of void that could not be easily filled, particularly in areas where private media companies see little profit in providing coverage. However, it's worth noting that under Trudeau's government, many rural Indigenous communities have been left behind infrastructure and economic development. So this sudden concern for their access to information feels more like a political problem than anything. The action that we can also look at takes a strong stance against COVID. After warns that the funding is leads to the creation of their own areas. So residents would be left without any reliable source of news and information. The argument that Korea and short sight fails to consider the broader implications of the communities that depend on CBC. Active Paint Korea's stance is not only reckless, but also dangerous, suggesting that without the CBC, rural Canadians would be more vulnerable to misinformation. So while active criticizing the Korea is dangerous, she overlooks the fact that under Trudeau's leadership, many rural areas have already become increasingly isolated due to the lack of investment in infrastructure and services. The real danger might be in relying too heavily on single broadcasting that has proven to be biased and not covered. Looking at the arguments that formed by the liberals and NDP reveals a number of differences on the potential topics. While they champion CBC as a bastion of reliable information, they ignore the growing concerns about the broadcaster's bias and its cozy relationship with the liberal government. This means that the funding of CBC will lead to a loss of reliability. It doesn't hold up well to consider that many Canadians already use. The suggestion that rural Indigenous communities will be left without access to news is misleading. There are numerous independent and alternative media sources that can step in to fill any gaps, often providing more balanced coverage than the CBC. The real issue seems to be that the Liberals are more interested in preserving their own information than in ensuring all Canadians have access to unbiased information. Pierre Poilievre is not following the entire broadcasting. Instead, he's focused on funding the English language services, which he sees as the root of the problem. Poilievre argues that the services have scandal, biased reporting, and a strong alignment with different policies, which has turned the CBC into taxpayer funding fight. By cutting the funding to services, Poilievre is minimum taxpayer money. Money that he argues could be better spent on more pressing needs like healthcare, infrastructure, or even reducing national debt. Public opinion has been increasingly swayed by Poilievre's arguments, especially among conservative voters and even some centrist liberals who feel disillusioned with the CBC. His stance taps into a broader frustration with what many see as a media landscape dominated by left-leaning perspectives, and his call for defunding has become a rallying cry for those who want to see a more balanced and accountable media in Canada. For these voters, Poilievre's proposal isn't just about saving money. It's about reclaiming a voice in a media environment where they feel increasingly marginalized. However, defunding the CBC could have consequences, particularly in terms of coverage for remote and underserved communities, which is why the debate is so heated. While some fear a media landscape dominated by profit-driven companies, others see an opportunity for more diverse and competitive media.
You're a tax-funded mouthpiece for the PMO. That's the reality.
But once again, Trudeau's focus remains on propping up his favorite institutions rather than fostering a truly diverse and independent media environment that serves all Canadians. CBC President Catherine Tait has been at the forefront of defending the broadcaster amidst growing criticism, particularly from Pierre Poilievre and his supporters. Tait argues that the CBC plays a crucial role in the Canadian media landscape, especially in an era dominated by global digital giants like Netflix, YouTube, and social media platforms.
One description, this is a from the CBC, says it requires streaming services such as Netflix and Spotify to pay to support Canadian.
These platforms, according to Tait, lack a commitment to Canadian culture and interests, which makes the CBC's role even more critical. She emphasizes that without the CBC, Canada risks losing a unique voice that reflects its diverse society. Moreover, Tait has acknowledged the need for modernization within the CBC, arguing that the broadcaster must adapt to the changing media environment while still fulfilling its public mandate. However, while Tait defends the CBC's importance, it's hard to ignore the fact that Trudeau's government unfortunately considers the broadcaster with little to show for it in terms of innovation or audience engagement. The CBC has also been plagued by scandals and criticism, which have only added fuel to Poilievre's arguments for defunding. One of the most significant issues has been the controversial bonus payouts to CBC executives, even as the broadcaster announced significant job cuts. In December, it was revealed that the CBC would cut 800 jobs, but despite these cuts, top executives were still in line for hefty bonuses.
Justin Trudeau gave Bell Media and other media tax dollars supposedly to protect media jobs. And then what happened?
Meanwhile, Trudeau continues to stand by the CBC, ignoring the growing discontent among Canadians who are fed up with this kind of mismanagement. Some argue that the broadcaster needs significant reform to address its internal challenges and better meet the needs of Canadians in the digital age. This could involve streamlining operations, increasing transparency, and focusing more on content that resonates with a broader audience. Unfortunately, under Trudeau's leadership, meaningful change seems unlikely, as he continues to prioritize protecting his political allies over addressing the real issues facing Canadians. Traditional public broadcasters like the CBC are facing a tough time competing with global digital giants such as Netflix, YouTube, and various social media platforms. These platforms have not only captured a significant share of the audience, but also offer a wider range of content that's often more appealing, especially to younger viewers. This shift has forced traditional broadcasters to rethink their strategies, but many, including the CBC, have struggled to keep up. The result is a growing disconnect between what public broadcasters offer and what audiences actually want. While the CBC tries to modernize, it's clear that the landscape has changed drastically, and simply throwing more money at the problem isn't going to fix it. Trudeau's approach of pouring funds into the CBC without demanding real change is just another example of his failure to address the root issue. Public broadcasting has always played an important role in democratic society, providing a platform for diverse voices and ensuring that citizens have access to reliable information. The CBC, as Canada's public broadcaster, has traditionally been seen as a cornerstone of Canadian democracy, offering news, cultural programming, and educational content. In light of the ongoing debate, there are several potential solutions that can address the issues facing the CBC, while also ensuring that Canadian media remains vibrant and diverse. One option is to reform the CBC, making it more transparent, accountable, and better aligned with the needs of its audience. This could involve restructuring its funding model, reducing its reliance on government subsidies, and focusing more on producing content that resonates with a broader range of Canadians. However, these solutions require political will and a commitment to real change, something that has been sorely lacking under Trudeau's leadership, where protecting the status quo seems to be a priority and making necessary reform.
Criminals out of Caracas and out of all the cities. He took all of them out and dumped them into the United States. He emptied his prisons into the United States of America. Why are we taking this? Why do we take this? Why? So don't take my word for it. Listen, Kamala Harris is...
Putting me on the spot. Thank you. Show off. Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't think I was going to come on here and get a gotcha question.
back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Ryan.
And I'm Tanya.
And we have a very special guest on with us today. We have Robert T.C. in committee on some public affairs. Maybe listen to their podcast. You're sure exactly what heard the organization that he's from. And we are going to be on with Franco Terrazzano from the Canadian Taxpayer Federation. So, Franco Terrazzano, welcome to the show.
Hey, really good to be with you guys here.
Excellent. For those that don't know who the Taxpayers Federation is, or maybe who you are, why don't you give us a bit of a rundown?
Well, I'm Franco. I'm the federal director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation here in Ottawa, trying to hold the feds to account every time they hike your taxes or waste your money. Now, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, we have been around for more than 3 decades. We're a scrappy, nonpartisan, grassroots advocacy organization fighting for three very powerful ideals, and that's lower taxes, less waste, and more accountable government.
So, based on that, we have a less accountable government, more waste, and higher taxes. So you guys are not thrilled with what the Liberals have done over the last 10 years, are you?
Well, quite frankly, they have been spending through the roof. They've been taking more of your money, and they've been exploding the debt. And I know you want to talk about the state of the economy, so we got to start with the federal finances. And man, are they ever in the toilet. Okay, so in just 9 years, Trudeau will have officially doubled the entire federal debt this year. Okay, so think of the 100 plus years of Canadian history leading up to 2015 and the election of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Well, think of all the debt those prime ministers added up. Then in just 9 years, Trudeau will officially double the entire federal debt. So think about your kids, think about your grandkids. A baby born today, she is already on the hook for about $30,000 in federal government debt. And, let me just give you one more reason why this debt explosion under the federal government is such a concerning issue for Canadians right now, not just for future Canadians. Well, interest charges on the debt are costing taxpayers more than $1 billion every single week. More than $1 billion. Okay, folks, that's like the cost of building a brand new hospital. Well, that money is being flushed down the drain because it's going to pay interest charges on the debt. Or let me give you another example here. Every time you're in that checkout line and you're about to pay the federal sales tax, well, every single penny you pay in federal sales taxes is going to pay the interest charges on Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government credit card.
That is very depressing.
Yeah, that's shocking. Those are huge numbers, right?
Well, and $1 billion every week. We always look at the debt servicing charges, and we always ask the question, what could we do with that money instead? And all we hear from Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberals are, but you're getting the federal dental program, you're getting $10 a day daycare, you're getting, or you will be getting this mythical school lunch program, you're going to getting this non-pharmacare program. What is the response of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation to those talking points?
Well, for starters, none of this is free, right? None of this is free. Every time the government spends money, it's not like they're plucking a new dollar out of a magical tree, right? No, they're plucking that money from Canadians' pockets, right? So think about this. The next time you go to the grocery store, or the next time you want to sign up your kid for a soccer camp or something like that, and you're worried that you do not have enough money for those activities to go to the grocery store to sign up your kid or grandkid for the summer camp, well, one of the big reasons you don't have enough money, or you might be stressed out about your bills, is because the government is taking so much money from your pockets in the first place, right? Essentially, when these governments roll out these big, shiny new programs, what they're doing is taking a whole bunch of money out of your left pocket and then sprinkling a little bit, a little bit back into your right pocket after they already skim off a bunch of the top to pay for a bunch of these bureaucrats to deliver the programs, right? Wouldn't it just be better for the government to leave more of your own money in your own pocket so that you can choose which programs that you rely on, right? Wouldn't that be a little bit better? But not just that, because what we saw over the last couple of years during the height of the pandemic is a different way that the federal finances and spending were financed. And what I mean by that is that we have the central bank, the Bank of Canada, print hundreds of billions of dollars out of thin air to finance Government of Canada borrowing. That is the inflation tax. The Bank of Canada printing these fresh dollars out of thin air and then dumping it into an economy that was largely locked down for a number of years. Well, that creates the perfect storm for inflation. Too many dollars chasing too few goods.
I had read that Canadians are now paying more in taxes than they are for basics and housing and clothing. Is that true?
Oh, it is true. Nearly half of the average Canadian family's total income is going to taxes. Okay, so take your paycheck, take your bank account, rip it in half yearly, because that's the government's. That's the taxman's.
We've also heard a lot of talking points from the Conservatives, we've heard a lot of talking points from the Liberals on the carbon tax. We've also heard from Jagmeet Singh that the cost of food has nothing to do with the carbon tax. It has nothing to do with anything but greedy CEOs. So since the Canadian Taxpayer Federation doesn't necessarily care what party you are, they care about what the actual facts are. What are you guys seeing in terms of the carbon tax? What is it? Is it damaging? Is it revenue neutral? What is going on?
Oh, it's damaging. It's really damaging. Look, I shouldn't laugh, but that whole baloney talking point just really irks me. And sometimes after banging your head against the wall for years, you gotta laugh or you would cry. So first, let's start with this whole notion of reflation. So we just saw inflation reach a 40-year high. Is Mr. Singh of the NDP really suggesting that all of a sudden corporations have become greedy? Really? Because if that's Mr. Singh's line of thinking, then maybe we should be sending corporations thank you notes over the last 40 years for keeping inflation below what it is now.
Yeah, apparently.
Of course. Yeah, apparently it's new. Of course, it's not just all of a sudden when prices reach a 40-year high that it's reflation. There's two things leading to inflation. Number one, as you mentioned, the massive deficits, massive debt, and the massive money printing that has been going on in Ottawa. Look, politicians and bureaucrats, they always try to forget the one lesson of history and economics. More money printed out of thin air by government leads to higher prices. That is a law of economics, just like the law of gravity in physics. Okay, so Mr. Singh and Trudeau and his Liberal government, they are completely in the wrong. On this issue, Mr. Poilievre, when he says axe the carbon tax, he's exactly in the right. And the carbon tax is so damaging for a number of reasons, particularly for Canada. Think about Canada, folks. It's a very big country. You've got to drive to work. You've got to drive to see the parents, grandparents, and in-laws. Well, guess what? The carbon tax makes it more expensive for you to fuel up your car with gasoline and diesel. Canada is also a very cold country. So when you got to stay warm during the winter months with natural gas, guess what? The carbon tax makes that more expensive. And the carbon tax also makes food more expensive in this way. So number one, Canadian farmers, well, they need to use propane and natural gas to heat their barns and dry their grain. Well, the carbon tax on natural gas and propane on Canadian farms will cost Canadian farmers $1 billion by 2030. Number two, you know those big trucks that deliver our groceries to the store? Well, they've got to fuel up those big rigs with diesel. The carbon tax makes that more expensive. So in very simple terms, when you make it more expensive for farmers to grow food, and you make it more expensive for truckers to deliver food, you make it more expensive for all Canadians to buy food.
Well, and then we get to the claims from Jagmeet Singh that, well, the grocers are making record profits. Well, technically, I would imagine that must be true, because when you talk about the amount of money that they make, and you look at what inflation has done, yes, they would be making more money than ever before, because yesterday, a apple cost 50 cents, and now because of inflation it costs around 80 cents. So yes, they are making more money than ever before, but from what we've seen, their profit margin has stayed flat through this whole scenario. So yes, they have more money, but the profit margin stays the same. You're seeing the same thing?
When the prices go up, the prices of for businesses to buy stuff also goes up. Right? Their input costs also go up. Look, it's not just greed inflation. But that's not what's happening. Maybe there is greed inflation, but that's only on the part of the government, right? The government. That is really the greedy ones. Here are the politicians and bureaucrats that take your money and waste it on extravagant trips for themselves, for example. But you know what? If Trudeau or Singh were really worried about greedy corporations and they wanted rich corporations to pay their fair share, why don't they just make rich multinational corporations pay for their own factories? But wait a second here. Recently, the Trudeau government announced tens of billions of dollars for multinational corporations like Volkswagen, like Stellantis, like Northvolt, like Honda to build these new EV battery factories. Well, if they're really worried about these greedy corporations, shouldn't they just make corporations pay for their own factories?
Well, it is even more concerning by the fact that there have been recent announcements from companies like Toyota and General Motors that they are slowing down or pausing EV production because people aren't buying them. They can't afford to buy these EVs, and also in a country like Canada, when we don't have the charging infrastructure across the country to even deal with these. And never mind the fact that it's been proven, and we see it because Tanya has a hybrid, the battery efficiency in the cold goes down by half. So Canada being a cold country and a very sparse country, it doesn't really make sense to have a very large market of EVs. But now you want to incentivize all of these companies, literally bribe them to come to Canada so that you can turn around and tell everybody, look, the economy is great because other countries or other companies are investing in Canada. Well, not really, because you've essentially handled all of the investment for them. You're basically just saying, you can come set up shop for free, we'll pay your ticket.
You know, you've really got the juices flowing tonight, you know, so there's a couple things. So number one, I couldn't tell you the first thing about the EV market. I'm not an EV expert, I'm not an EV investor. You know, if I was, maybe I'd be doing something else and making more money, right? So I don't know the first thing about the EV market. You know who else doesn't know the first thing about the EV market? The politicians and bureaucrats in Ottawa who are taking your money to give to these multinational corporations, right? If they really knew what would be a good investment, do you think they would be in government, or would they be investing their own money for these crazy returns that they promise Canadians? Okay? And here's the problem with corporate welfare, and I've got the data to back it up. You have these politicians and you have these bureaucrats that smile for the camera and they promise taxpayers the moon. Well, guess what, folks? We've got access to information requests from the federal government going back like 30 years nearly on hundreds of different corporate subsidies. And we just asked them, you know, how many jobs were created over these nearly 3 decades? Well, guess what? The government records show that the government couldn't even be bothered to track how many jobs were even created. So you have these politicians who are spending millions of taxpayers' money, and these government bureaucrats, according to their own records, aren't even keeping track of any of these jobs materialize. But number two, right, going back to kind of the first point I made, where like, I don't know if it's an investment, but neither do the politicians and bureaucrats. These politicians in Ottawa, they couldn't balance the budget of a lemonade stand. And now we're supposed to think that these are some, like, highly touted investment bankers? Like, come on. Think of the incentives on the market. On the market, if you're an entrepreneur, you spend your own money, but you also suffer the loss if things don't go well. So you have the incentive to be very smart with your investments. But when you're in government, you don't have that incentive. It's not your money, right? You're spending other people's money. You have the political incentive. Now ask yourself, why all of these announcements seem to be happening around the swing ridings, right? Around the battlegrounds, whether that's southwestern Ontario or in Quebec. Isn't that interesting? But the third point, and I think the most important point here, that even if this investment materializes, even if the jobs materialize, it's a shell game. Because again, this money isn't falling from the sky. What the government's doing is taking money out of the productive sector of the economy, out of the entrepreneurs who grow their businesses, who employ people in their communities, and giving it to these corporations that are essentially accepting the handouts. So at best, it's a shell game.
Well, and what we're seeing, entrepreneur if this starts to crumble in Canada, we're seeing small businesses disappear. What we are seeing is really big businesses in no pop-up, because it seems that that's the only spot where things are playing around. Some arts and craft vendors that go to these local markets, around the fairs and stuff like that. And they've stopped going because they said nobody is buying my stuff. What people are buying at these fairs, it is food, because at least they justify in their head that they're consuming it. But nobody buying the tax anymore. Nobody buying handmaids anymore. That's like art. Yeah. So it plays along what you just said, is that they are sacrificing all of these small business owners in order to buy another activity, and that's the tragedy here. So when you look at what could be in, let's say, 18 months, the Conservatives is going to be inheriting $1.4 trillion in debt, somewhere around there. A massive, debt servicing fee. They want to cut taxes, but there's going to be a bunch of programs that are going to need to be cut in order to balance the budget. So, are the Conservatives in for a rough ride when they try to cut income tax, but lower the cost of government services?
They're in for a rough ride regardless. Like, if they think that they're going to get in there, and the union bosses, for example, in Ottawa, are going to light their hair on fire regardless of what they do, well, then they got another thing coming. So you might as well just do the right thing and actually cut spending. Okay? And, look, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, but the way I crunch the numbers, the only way that a new government or any government would ever be able to actually fix the budget and actually cut taxes, then they're going to have to shrink the bureaucracy an awful lot. Like, the way that I look at the map, there's just no other way around it, okay? So in the last, 9 years since Trudeau was elected, he's added 108,000 new federal government employees. Okay, so now the federal bureaucracy consumes more than half of the government's day-to-day spending. Right? It's the simple math. If you want to balance the budget, if you want to take the budget deficit from $40 billion to a surplus, you're going to have to shrink the bureaucracy. Okay, so if you hear any politicians saying, we want to fix the budget, we want to cut taxes, well, that's good. But their ability to deliver on that promise will be directly tied to their ability to shrink the bureaucracy. There really is no way around that. So do I think it's going to be easy? No, I don't. I think they're going to get backlash, from the obvious people like the government union bosses that went on strike last year. You'll have the environmental groups throwing a fit. You'll have the big corporation lobby groups who want their pork as well. But you know what? I think Canadians are just sick and tired of a federal government that wastes their money and hikes their taxes. And one of the ways that they're going to have to, solve this problem is we're going to have to go after the big part of the arithmetic. And the big part of the arithmetic are the 108,000 extra government employees that Trudeau has hired since becoming Prime Minister.
Well, that's one thing I don't know if a lot of Canadians know, is that if you look at every organization, whether it's private or public, the highest expenditure in their OPEX is salary. That consumes almost, in the majority of cases, that's your highest spend. So that's why when companies are struggling, whether public or private, salaries are usually what they go after. They don't, necessarily cut product lines. They will cut their highest expense, which is, all right, what people can we do without? So, the fact that Trudeau has hired all of these people to administer the carbon tax, for example, actually, go to your website, they have cost $200 million is that you found. That's a staggering number.
That's huge.
And then for them to come around and say, oh, well, but it's neutral.
No, it's not. And can I just pick up on that? Because I only want to see when you ask me what's carbon tax, first of all. Okay, so here's the thing, folks. Okay, let's just outline the carbon tax. So first of all, you have the carbon tax, which makes the necessities of living in Canada more expensive, okay? But then, the government has skimmed $200 million off the top to pay for the federal paper pushers that impose the carbon tax. Then on top of all that, guess what? The federal government charges its sales tax on top of the carbon tax. That'll cost Canadians about $600 million this year, the tax on tax alone. Okay, so think about this. There is no way that a government can impose a tax, then stick hundreds of millions of dollars off the top, then charge a sales tax on top of the tax, and somehow make everyone better off with rebates. It's impossible. And honestly, I think everyone outside of the Ottawa bubble understands that. It's impossible. Of course this is not revenue neutral. This is a tax that is costing Canadians dearly.
Well, what does it say about a government that it seems like they have many hills they're going to die on in terms of some of these talking points, getting property tax, talking points of 8 out of 10 Canadians property tax. It's embarrassing at this point watching them try to push this.
It is embarrassing. And look, like, if the Liberals do want to climb out of these polling depths, right, we'll show them 20 points behind the Conservatives. I mean, look, this is not a communications problem that the government has. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, the Prime Minister's communication is great. Like, you'll hear all the talking heads, you'll hear the pundits say, oh, it's a communications problem. It's not a communications problem. It's a carbon taxes making people's lives more expensive problem. And I think that the only way that this government, or should I say the Liberals, are going to be able to pull themselves out of the depths of the polling that they're in, if they're going to have to actually change course on policy. Because Canadians are sick and tired of just more lipstick on a pig. So if the Liberals do want to reverse course, if they do want to gain trust back with Canadians, and that's a big if, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it, but if they do want to do that, then they're going to have to scrap the carbon tax, they're going to have to stop this crazy, wasteful spending, and they're going to have to actually balance the budget or come with a credible plan to balance the budget within the next few years. But, you know, as of this point, as of this time, we haven't seen that at all. And hey, can I just poke one more hole in the carbon tax? And I think, and I thought you wouldn't mind, and I think this might be the most devastating attack against the carbon tax. Look south of the border. The U.S. Neither the Democrats or the Republicans are ever going to run on the carbon tax. Right now, the election right now. Well, no, I think they understand that a carbon tax doesn't actually help the environment, it just makes your citizens more poor. But hold on a second. The U.S., our largest trading partner, our largest ally, and in many respects our largest competitor, they don't have a national carbon tax. But guess what, folks? About 70% of countries around the world also do not have a national carbon tax. So think about how that impacts not just Canadians, but our workers, our business community, and our ability to attract investment when we have such a damaging carbon tax, and about 70% of countries do not have a national carbon tax.
Yeah, you know, speaking about pretty much making Canadians worse off with this carbon tax, the Liberals are now promising fairness for every generation with this new, with the new capital gains tax. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, fairness for future generations is quite laughable when, as of this year, in less than a decade, the government will have doubled the entire federal debt. You know, who's going to be making payments on that debt for the rest of their lives? It's Canadians' kids and grandkids and maybe even great-grandkids, right? So let's set aside that for a quick second. But, like, hold on a second here, right? What is the capital gains tax actually accomplishing? It's not balancing the budget, right? With the way that Trudeau is spending, he's going to blow through that extra capital gains tax cash in less than a week, right? It's also not about making the tax system more fair. Because if this were just about realigning the tax system, then somebody's taxes would be going down. But we're not seeing that at all. This year alone, you've had the carbon tax, you've had payroll tax increases, you've had this capital gains tax, you've had a new digital service tax being brought in, a streaming tax, and also alcohol taxes have gone up as well. So, you know, if you want to drink your sorrows away because of the tax man, too bad Trudeau's taking more money out of your wallets there as well. And it's also not really about making the rich pay their fair share, like you like to hear Freeland and Trudeau saying. Number one, if there's really no making the rich pay more, just make corporations pay for their own factories. But number two is that this capital gains tax increase, it's not just going to soak the monopoly man, right? This is going to hurt doctors, for example, who save lives their whole career, and now we're just trying to save for the retirement. It's also going to hurt, the small businesses. Instead of getting a fat government pension like our MPs are getting, they rely on the sale of your business to fund their golden years, right? Or anyone who might have a rental property also rely on the sale of that property to fund their golden years, or a cottage, or something of that nature. So far from just going after the monopoly man, this capital gains tax hike will have real-life, hard implications for many, many normal Canadians.
Is there any truth to the Liberals possibly putting a tax on selling your primary residence? They've been promising that they won't, but we've heard whispers and rumors that they could.
Oh, yeah. We've done a few videos on that, and it's disturbing the rumbling that we're seeing.
Well, I'm really happy you guys have been sounding the alarm over this, right? Because on the one hand, you have Trudeau pinky promising that he's not going to impose a home equity tax. But then on the other hand, all the actions of Mr. Trudeau and his government is that Canadians should be very worried that a home equity tax would be coming into place. And here's some of the things that we've seen. In 2016, the Trudeau government brought in a mandatory reporting requirement with the CRA. So when you sell your home, you got to tell the CRA what you made off that sale. Well, hold on a second. Is the CRA just curious? Right? They just want to know? Or
they have nothing to do.
They have nothing to do. They just want to look at your home sale. Well, I don't think so, right? Because if the taxman isn't going to tax your home, then why do they want to know how much you made from that sale? But number two, and I think this is a very important point, is that the Trudeau government spent about $450,000 of our tax dollars, if I'm not mistaken, or at least I should say hundreds of thousands of our tax dollars, funding and promoting a report that recommended a form of a home equity tax. Okay?
Generation squeeze.
Yeah, we did a video on that one.
Yeah.
Correct, right? And number three is that even after the capital gains tax hike, you have the government still running a $40 billion deficit. So you essentially have these politicians and bureaucrats flipping over the couch cushions looking for as much money as they can get from Canadians. So I think that Canadians have every right and reason to be worried that Trudeau is going to be sending the tax hounds after our homes.
Well, and I think there was some news out in the last couple of weeks that I believe it came out of the Parliamentary Budget Office that their estimate for how much they were going to get from the capital gains is not going to be anywhere near what they hoped, which I think, to your point, that's going to cause the Liberals to look for other sources of money in order to avoid going over their quote-unquote guardrail of $38 billion in spending deficit for their budget. And the home equity tax seems like it's primed to do that. But the political strategy question that I have, how could he possibly be thinking about doing that during an election year? That would be suicide. Even they're dead in the water now, but it would challenge the luck for how much popular support they would have by the time the election comes.
Yeah, I don't think it would be smart, but I've never been accused of thinking that politicians were always doing the smart thing. Thinking like, look, full disclosure, I'm not a strategist for any of these parties. I've never been a political strategist, so I don't know. But what I am worried is when you have a government that has their backs against the wall, they're going to be grasping for different ideas. And look, like we've seen, this government makes a lot of bad mistakes for taxpayers. So I think that Canadians have to be on guard. And I think that when you see these trial balloons hopping around, us Canadians have to push back with like very forcefully with their advocacy, right? So when you see these headlines in the news that Trudeau might be flirting with a new home equity tax, you gotta email. You gotta take action. You gotta send emails. You gotta write letters. You gotta make phone calls. You gotta talk to your member of parliament. Like, the only way that we're going to stop this is if Canadians stay engaged with our advocacy, saying enough is enough is enough.
Playing devil's advocate, and This makes me feel a little swirly inside, but I'll ask the question. Have you seen anything in terms of Canadian taxpayers and the Liberal government plus the NDP have done to benefit them?
Putting me on the spot. I didn't think I was going to come on here and get a gotcha question, but if you can excuse my reference, I mean, getting hit in the face twice is getting hit. It's better than getting hit 4 times. So the government was planning on increasing the alcohol tax by close to 5%. They ended up increasing the alcohol tax by 2%. So I mean, like I said, getting hit in the face twice is better than 4 times. But the alcohol tax is still going up. You know, to be more realistic, we have seen, I believe the government removed the GST from new rental construction builds, right, as a way to try to get some relief in the housing market, right? So look, that's a good thing, and with that, the government essentially admitted that taxes make things more expensive. Like, I mean, that you figured that out, you know, 9 years into it. I just wish they'd be cutting taxes more, right? I guess, like, one other thing, I guess, if you can call this a win, is the Atlantic carbon tax carve-out, right? You might remember this, this back in the fall when the government decided to take the carbon tax off of furnace oil for 3 years, which would predominantly provide relief for Atlantic Canadian families. I just think that relief should have been extended to all of Canadians, right? Like, why is it fair? You know, I'm happy that some Atlantic Canadians predominantly will have gotten some relief on the carbon tax bill over the winter, but you know, what about the people like my family living in southern Alberta, you know, where it gets minus 20, minus 30, and they're using natural gas, right? Those Canadians, 97% Canadians, were left out of the cold, paying the carbon tax this winter. So, you know, I'm happy that Atlantic Canadians got some carbon tax relief this winter. I just think every Canadian needed that relief.
Well, if you talk to liberals, they'll say, well, Franco, they should have voted for a liberal then.
There's liberals outside of Atlantic Canada, so I don't know what that says.
But, and the other talking point was, well, no, we extended this to all of Canada. Never mind the fact that in terms of per capita, all of the home heating oil users are in Atlantic Canada. Yeah. There's some
and then also too, why did they announce that relief with Trudeau being surrounded by his Atlantic Canadian caucus?
Right. And he was afraid of losing all of the Atlantic provinces, and it looks like he's going to lose them anyway, which, surprise. Where's my surprise face when you need it? But it's just, at this point, he's playing all of his cards, and it's all coming up as a bust, other than it's good as far as you can see. In terms of Pierre Poilievre and some of his economic policy work, I think it's unfair to really judge a lot of it at this point, because even though he's talked about some of these things, he's not going to be laying out the details until we actually get into election. So Trudeau can't steal more of what he thinks are good ideas and then say, but what gives you any optimism, or is there any optimism in what Conservatives have in mind thus far in terms of what they would do if they take government?
Well, first, let me just say what actually brings me optimism. And I probably sound a bit like a rain cloud today, so I'm sorry to rain on everyone's brain, but I'm actually quite an optimistic person. And what's really giving me optimism is that I think just Canadians are just sick and tired of all this wasteful spending and higher taxes, right? I think Canadians are kind of waking up and they're like, well, it's really the government that's making our life more expensive and harder right now. So I'm actually very optimistic about it, because for any politician, right, to actually stay or get elected, well, they need people behind them, and the people are saying enough's enough. So that is what really makes me optimistic. Now, to your main question about what the Conservative Party is talking about, well, I mean, a lot of what they're saying sounds pretty good, right? Scrap the carbon tax, great. Defund the CBC, awesome. Fix the budget, great. And the bonuses for failing government authorities, right on. Now the question is twofold. Number one, the devil is always in the details, especially when it comes to political promises written down on a piece of paper. So, will the future government scrap the carbon tax, but then, impose industrial carbon taxes, which are just carbon taxes by other names. That's something we have to look out for. What does he need to fix the budget? Something we'll have to look out for. But number two, you remember politicians can always say good things, and to Mr. Poilievre's credit, he has taken a lot of leadership on these issues, and what he's saying so far is what I just outlined: scrapping the carbon tax, fixing the budget, defunding the CBC, ending the taxpayer-funded bonuses for failing government authorities. Like, that is all good. So now the key is you have to keep the politicians maintaining those promises and actually delivering on those promises when they get government, right? Because that's what it's actually all about. It's not just about getting good promises, it's about actually getting good policy done by the government that is in power.
Franco, can you tell our viewers where they can follow you and your work?
Yeah, well, first I just want to say thank you so much for this conversation. I really enjoyed talking to you and your audience. If you want to learn more about the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, a couple ways that you can do it. Number one, head over to our website, taxpayer.com, or follow us on social media. We're pretty well on every social media platform, and just search Canadian Taxpayers Federation. If you want to follow me on Twitter or Instagram or something like that, very easy, at Franco_Nomics.
Thank you so much, Franco, and we'll have to do this again sometime.
Hey, that'd be great. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you.
This is Alex from 72 Hours, and I want to talk to you about the Deluxe Emergency Roadside Kit. So this kit is essential to make sure that you and your passengers have the tools necessary to deal with any automotive problems that you have back on the road. If you get bruised, protect yourself from the elements. If you want to have roadside assistance, this kit will have you covered. You can overcome most obstacles and make sure that you stay safe. So why don't we go over a couple of items that are involved in this kit. Let's say your car breaks down on the side of the road in the dead of winter. It comes with a 50% wool blanket that will definitely keep you warm enough to survive the night. The kit also comes with a 3-way, 36-hour emergency candle. This candle will provide plenty of light for 36 hours or even warmth.
So these items are super handy to have in car kits, especially if you live in a part of the world that has park filters, because you don't want to get caught in a bad position with friends on the side of the road and not be able to produce a little warmth.
Some key items that come along with the kit are these traction masks. These masks are used if your car gets stuck in the snow. Just put these on your tire, and then that should provide enough traction for your car to be able to get out of the snow and get back on the road. So along with the kit comes a foldable roadside emergency triangle. This can be unfolded and then placed next to your car if you pull over the side of the road while you're getting some roadside assistance, and that will alert oncoming traffic that you should move out of the way. So this kit will also come with jumper cables in case you need to give your car a boost. So these are 6-gauge jumper cables. There's a bit of a rule of thumb with jumper cables that the lower the gauge, the more strength of current you can actually handle. So that will be able to easily push the car, the truck, or even the setting. That'll have to come. In need of a medical emergency, the kit does come equipped with a 180-piece first aid. Also included in the kit is the roadside emergency LED flare. So this can be either attached to the side of your car with a strong magnet, or can be placed on the side of the road next to your car. It has multiple different flash functions to alert oncoming traffic. It also has a flashlight hung from the hood of your car, so you can inspect your engine in case it's low light and you can check out what's going on. So the kit also comes with emergency water and food rations, both with a shovel. And the longer board mile today pays the lowest federal income tax rate in U.S.
عشق خودم چی؟ این ولی کشی
in the Wake Up Call channel. Everybody needs to pay attention to what's happening in every single country around the earth right now. And the main thing we need to discuss is how they're forcing behaviors. They're forcing people to change behaviors by criminalizing people's speech, by telling you what you can and cannot say. And as human beings, we all should be pushing back against this. I'm going to show you about 10 stories that are circulating right now in all different countries. And the common theme is this word hate speech. And what it's about is censoring and putting laws in place and criminalizing people for talking. That's what's right in today's world. This is how insane things have gotten. Let's start in here. If you didn't hear, I covered the story a week or so ago about a stabbing that occurred in the UK. And then staged riots happened after. And they blamed it on misinformation. That, they were blaming it on a Muslim, so all these hate crimes started to happen. And then, of course, since then, we have UK authorities were threatening extradition and jail time for U.S. citizens for online posts stoking riots. And again, we know that the laws are different in each country right now in regards to free speech, hate speech, and all these other things. Some countries were criminalizing free speech and the things that you post online. When a digital ID is in place, all countries are going to begin criminalizing people for what they say online because they're able to speak anonymously. This has nothing to do with your skin color or your gender or anything else. This has to do with global elites protecting their power, protecting themselves from us, and of course, protecting information from actually getting out to civilians who can figure out, or so they can figure out, what's going on, and we can stop this tyranny from going forward, this treason, this global treason that's happening right now from going forward. So let me start by showing you the UK and talking about losing free speech and being criminalized and throwing U.S. citizens out of the UK for online posts. That's how unbelievable the world is.
British authorities are threatening to hold Americans accountable for online activity the British police blame for stoking violent riots happening on their streets. Here's national correspondent Kayla Gaskins.
The worst riots the United Kingdom has seen in years. Fueled by false information spread online. Rumors claiming a Muslim asylum seeker is the one responsible for a mass stabbing that left 3 children dead and several more injured that was going to be defended. The suspect, however, is a 17-year-old UK citizen born in Wales to Rwandan parents. The head of police now threatening extradition and jail time to U.S. citizens for online posts allegedly egging on the violence from afar.
If you're a keyboard warrior, you're not safe with any computer-side violence.
Giving this response when a Sky News reporter asked about the controversial comments made by the riots on X by Elon Musk.
You're for the full force of the law of people. And whether you're in this country committing crimes on the streets or committing crimes from further afield online, we will come after you.
UK authorities have already arrested their own citizens for online activity. For example, a 55-year-old woman was arrested for publishing written material to stir up racial hatred and false communication. 2 other British men also arrested for social media posts. The Prime Minister sending this warning.
I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online.
We spoke with Aaron Turr with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression.
The government absolutely should arrest and prosecute anyone engaged in political violence, but in times of unrest, governments have a tendency to overreach and to undermine civil liberties like freedom of speech in the name of public safety.
UK laws surrounding free speech are different than those issued in the US, and while it's not impossible, it's highly unlikely British authorities will go after US-based social media posters like Elon Musk for violating British laws in the online space.
So this is the feature that we're allowing them to create. This is being done psychologically by design, right? They gaslight people, and they make people feel like speech and words are deadly by creating false flags and psyops around them, right? By saying, this guy posted this online, his followers heard it, and then they went and did this. No wonder are you held accountable for your own actions.
somebody else is being held accountable for someone else's actions via words, which is exactly what their plan is, which is why they've been doing all this stuff with the trans, with people of different skin colors, different genders. It's all being done by design so that you comply with it, right? Let's look at some of the other stuff all happening at once. We're actually seeing this mass amount of stories coming out, talking about censorship of speech, calling it hate speech, right? Recently, Elon Musk talked to Donald Trump. Again, they're proponents of this free speech, and all this censorship, I might add, again, all started occurring under Donald Trump being president of the United States. And 2017, he became president, all the censorship flooded in. That's what people removed from YouTube. And they didn't talk about it then. Because the years went by, and then finally, saying, well, it wasn't Donald Trump's fault, it was these liberal tech companies. Well, as the president of the United States, wouldn't you be able to remember the company where we're going to do something to find you or prison you, CPL, whatever? Right? Of course he didn't do that, because the tech companies and the corporations are really, they are the government, right? So, you're pressing Elon Musk to curb hate speech ahead of that interview with Donald Trump, right? Other stories, the controversy surrounding anti-Semitism, which again, I covered this story, this bill that was passed, is called the anti-Semitism bill. It, of course, protects the real people who you're not allowed to question, you're not allowed to talk about. And everybody out there should say, well, if this one specific group can't be questioned and talked about, maybe I should be suspicious of them. Maybe there's something wrong if you can't question them. Well, they can't question them because they've been victims forever, and it's not fair. Well, that should make you think even more to yourself. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, can anybody say that about can anybody say anything about being a victim or being under attack? Well, this group has been under the worst attacks of all time, so you can't question anything about them, especially what's in the books that they read. We just want you to think that they read the Old Testament, and we'll leave it there. We won't let Christians figure it out. But if Christians start to figure it out and find Christians who preach this, well, we'll make sure they don't, because they'll be censored under this law, right? This law is another law that will not only censor free speech, it will censor Christians, because the Bible is going to be included in what you can and cannot say in this anti-Semitism bill. So that's another hate speech statement. Recently, Meta, Instagram, failed to curtail hate speech against women politicians, right? So now there's hate speech against women politicians, and this isn't about protecting women. It's not about, they want you to think it's about protecting you. Whatever group you fall into, a woman, a black person, a Mexican person, a white person, a gay person, a straight person, a trans person, it doesn't matter. They're hitting you with stories at every angle to make you suddenly get so desensitized that you go, oh, that's easy. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. What this person says, that's how normal humans actually have functioned for all these years. By going, all right, I don't care what they say. Or if somebody says something that really hurts your feelings, you say, hey, apologize or knock it off. Or, we're going to have to take this outside and handle it another way. But, of course, we all know in 2024, breathing on someone is considered assault. So speech, of course, is like the newest nuclear bomb, so to speak, right? So all this stuff with Musk, and then we, of course, have these other stories that are floating around, right? You can go on, like, ESPN or any of these sports websites. Jaron Durant suspended 2 games. Why was he suspended 2 games? Well, a fan who was yelling at him, yelling things that he sucks, he's not a good baseball player, right? Eye for an eye, maybe? You'd think he could shout something back, but when he shouted back, well, you can't say that, right? And, of course, the word that he said back begins with an F and ends with a G. And, in fact, in all this stuff that's been going on with censoring speech, they've taken away probably the best word that anyone's ever come up with. I mean, it's probably, it's a day-to-day word that most people still try to use. They just can't use it on the internet anymore. But Jaron Durant used that term. A fan yelled at him and sent stuff towards him. So naturally, you would think that somebody can defend themselves and yell something back. But they tell you you can, but only if you say the right thing. So, because if you said the person F you or screw you, then nobody would say it. But because he used this word, which is a homophobic slur, well, now he's suspended 2 games without pay. And again, these stories are out there, and the way that these teams respond to it shows you that they're in on it, because all the corporations and all the sports teams, etc., do the same thing. They're doing this so you see it. And they know by you seeing it, they're telling you this is how you have to live now. This is what you can and cannot say. And this goes back to Larry Fink and behavioral control.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change. This is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors. And at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors. Well, behaviors are going to have to change. And this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors. And at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
Here's another story. Ray Gunn, the Australian Olympic Committee, condemned disgraceful online petition attacking Rachel Gunn. Rachel Gunn apparently was a breakdancer at the Olympics, did this hideous, embarrassing thing, which now, after seeing the story, seems like it's very set up, right? So we had a breakdancer, everyone looked and said, this person, there's no way they qualify to be a breakdancer. They're absolutely embarrassing. This is horrific. How is this at the Olympics, right? Even though we should probably have the notion of how do we even have Olympics or why in the world would breakdancing be a part of the Olympics? That should be the real question. But people are upset because they said this was horrible. It was a disgraceful performance, right? And after the fact, we of course see why they came out and put this person in the Olympics to embarrass themselves, because you're hurting her feelings now online. So people started an online petition attacking her because she was so horrible. And the government and the Olympic Committee are condemning people for criticizing a horrible performance. This is what so look at where we start, right? Anti-Semitism bills, homophobic slurs, hate speech, and then look how it filters down. This person danced on TV. It was awful. By saying she sucks, right? So the people out there, no matter what your belief system is, they're starting to see where this is headed. Do you want to be able to have an opinion? They push back against it. But they don't want you to push back, and they won't let you push back, because they're trying to control the secret. Anybody out there that listens to this stuff and then repeats it and says, oh yeah, we need to watch what people say, that person's feelings were hurt. They're part of the problem. They're being government stooges themselves. They're just people who can't freely think and are very easily molded. And the government is molding these people into complete sheep. So Ireland, another story. Ireland's clamped down on social media companies who are using to promote hate speech. Right? Oh, okay. And then you have all the stuff going on with Muslims and Israel, right? The anti-Muslim speech online, anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, anti-this, anti-that. They're dictating what you're allowed to have an opinion on, what you're not. They're dictating this stuff because you're getting emotionally invested in, oh, well, I'm for Israel, or I'm for Palestine. They shouldn't be able to say anything anti-Semitic. They shouldn't be able to say anything anti-Muslim. Oh, okay, so let's get laws in place. And then the next thing you know, those laws filter down to, let's say, a horrible breakdance performance at the Olympics, and people online mocking and getting a petition together to say there's no way this person should be there in the first place. Or how about even the other Olympic story? They put a boxer in there that nobody knows if it's a man or a woman, right? Punching a woman in the boxing fight. Every single celebrity who's conservative, every single alt-right media like the Daily Wire, threw out millions of videos condemning it. They thought, oh, I can't believe this. We need to do something about it, right? Problem, reaction, solution. Oh, well, that boxer wasn't really born a male. She was born a woman, supposedly, and is now suing people who posted stuff and mocked and ridiculed her online. Oh, right. So that shows you how COINTELPRO works, right? The Daily Wire, all these companies out there, all these media companies, all they did was pull people in, right? Being the agents they are. So now more laws are going to be in place to protect people. But it's not to protect anybody. It's not to protect a gay or a trans. It's to protect these wicked global elites. Because the more stuff that's in place, guess what? You won't be able to question the news anymore. You won't be able to question anything in regards to them. This isn't about protecting anybody's feelings out there. It's about protecting their own arses, so to speak. So keep in mind, all of these stories are happening within a week of each other. Okay, and they're happening in every country. Some hate speech thing there, some hate speech thing there. At the same time as that Social Security story and how people's Social Security numbers have been hacked, and how Australia is now rolling out their digital ID, and other countries need to do so as well. Why? Well, the tie-in is that you can be criminalized for what you post online. So in other words, say, for example, you're a YouTuber, and you've gotten banned from this platform. I can't think of anybody who has, but let's just say hypothetically, right? You had lots of subs, you got banned, you got thrown off. It's happening a lot. Well, what if you just kept coming back? And they don't want that. And the only way they can prevent that, of course, is if you show your face, which is you giving up your identity anyway. And then they can criminalize you and do what they did to Alex Jones, which of course was all done by design, to set a precedent, get everything online, right? And of course start criminalizing conspiracy theorists. But let's just say, for example, you're going off YouTube, you were anonymous, you keep coming back, well, the digital ID will be able to belong to you. And in fact, with the digital ID, everybody will be known in the internet space, right? So all of these things tie in together. They're going to criminalize speech. And it's only because we're allowing them to get away with this. Don't let your feelings get sucked into this stuff. People need to, grow a pair. Okay? Grow a pair. Somebody hurts your feelings. Part of the problem is that, everybody's allowed to say something, but you can't physically confront anybody about it, because that's considered terrorism, right? So people's words don't have actions. People are saying, wait, I want somebody's words to be held accountable. Well, in the past, how are people held accountable for what they said? If you said something to someone really offensive, like if you were walking down the street with your boyfriend or your wife or your husband, whoever, right? Somebody said something to them and you were like, what? And you hit them or something? That's how people would handle stuff. Now, of course, they've made people weaker, more emotional, more fragile. That stuff's considered assault. Not that I'm condoning that. I'm saying, for example, in the past, people would say, hey, look, this person said that to their face. Hey, they got to reap what they sow, right? No. The government goes, no. Not because they want to protect you from a fist, because they want this stuff in place. And this stuff in place with words means you can't do anything about it. But guess what? Big Brother will put laws in place to protect you and your feelings, but ultimately be about protecting themselves from the truth ever getting out about who they are, what they're doing, and how they're doing it. That's what this is all about. Once they have full control of the internet, it'll be very hard to find any truth in it. Thank everybody for being here. Hope you're all doing well. God bless you as always, and your families.
I've hit that age right there. Like, corrupt twats.
One man who never afraid of the voice of opinion. One man who's going noble and cool, maybe not literally, I'm not taking the time to measure it, but when it comes to being outspoken, you love him because of his golden flow monologues. You may love him because of his comedy theory. You may love him because in rhetoric he has remained true to his origins. Ricky Gervais has, throughout his various fame incarnations, just stayed true to comedy and true to hitting out or against his hypocrisy whenever he considered it to be necessary and relevant. Not wanting the inside Ricky Gervais talking about politics. I guess he's talking a little bit about freedom. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was a living style incident there. What did he do in that, mate? But remember those Super Bowl was an incident, and the Olympics was a nut slip, and now no burger slip, just the sweet, truthful lips of Ricky Gervais condemning politics. Let us rest for a while in Ricky Gervais's effect.
You've got other rules. Unless you're the Prime Minister. Do it, what's that like? I don't get political. I feel like it though. I'm getting angrier and holding it all in more and more. Even live I don't really get political. I think I'm a bit naive. I've hit that age where I go, like, shitty little corrupt twats. They was just lying in their own butt. And I just think, I thought there was good guys and bad guys. But now I just think they're all little chits. Is that political? Is that some really nuanced insight into the workings of society? Posh. Good. That's why I don't get political.
Amazing. I love him. I think they should allow people to run for Senate or occupy Parliament or Congress, like the Ricky Gervais should give the opening speeches, instead of the grandeur of the King turning up, or whatever you do over in your country with the Speaker of the House. Have Ricky Gervais out there for 10-15 minutes doing a Golden Globe style takedown. Apple roared into the TV game with a morning show. Superb drama, yeah. A superb drama about the importance of dignity and doing the right thing, made by a company that runs sweatshops in China. So, well, you say you're woke, but the companies you work for, I mean, unbelievable. Apple, Amazon, Disney. If ISIS started a streaming service, you'd call your agent, wouldn't you? So, if you do win an award tonight, then don't use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spend less time in school than Greta Thunberg. So, if you win, right, come up, accept your little award, thank your agent and your God, and fuck off, okay? So, then get on with taking lobbyists' money and investing in companies that you benefit from, or doing PPE deals at the height of a pandemic. These are all short examples. Thank God for Ricky Gervais, and I'm aware of his position on that. That's why I love Ricky. You love Ricky? Let me know in the comments and the chat. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. Everyone is talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic, and who doesn't love drama? Why do you need to lose weight if you don't like injections? Doctors create a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The studied ingredients in Lean have shown to lower blood sugar, that's good, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. Doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition create Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 pounds or more to lose. Actually, me, I can lose 10 pounds. Get started with 15% off and free rush shipping. Add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. You know what that phrase does? I mean, don't be that idiot. If you just Lean, it's going to be okay. Add it to a healthy exercise plan in order to lose that hard, stubborn shit. 10 pounds, even though I believe you are absolutely beautiful as you are. Just lose that 10 pounds because you wanted to. Visit TakeLean.com, enter brand15 for your discount. That's promo code brand15 at TakeLean.com. Thank you. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content with free speech and flow, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a piece of content. Stay free. This is your physical response.
I do think there are some very popular games that will be impacted in the short term, and then over a longer term, even more will be impacted.
let's start with a bit of a general question. Can you give us the latest on the negotiations and just how it's going from your perspective?
Well, the negotiations with this group of the biggest video game companies in the world have been ongoing for more than 18 months. Obviously, we launched a strike last week. We have exchanged proposals with them. They know precisely what is the issue. In fact, this is probably one of the most straightforward labor disputes you can imagine, because there's really one issue, which is artificial intelligence and establishing parameters that are fair and ethical with respect to our members to make sure that they get to retain control of the use of their own face, voice, body, and that they're paid fairly when AI is used to create performances with them. And so that's really what the issue is all about. And the companies know, and actually the public knows what we are seeking, because we publicly release our internal agreements and our tiered independent agreements that contain exactly the kind of language that's necessary to provide a fair, equitable level of protection for our members.
You mentioned how long this has been going on, these negotiations, and also that kind of sticking point of artificial intelligence. Why is it such a sticking point?
It's a great question. It was one of the toughest issues to resolve last year's the Apple strike that a lot of people are familiar with. And it was at the very last issue resolved in that negotiation as well. The thing that's weird about it, though, is that since that time, we've been able to make similar deals with the studios and studios again for animation, with the major record labels. Basically, all of the companies in the entertainment industry are sort of getting to the place where they understand these basic protections are necessary. Why the video game companies are refusing to extend them to all of the members who work for them, that is a bit of a mystery.
And is this still about learning about artificial intelligence? Everyone seems to have different levels of knowledge of it. I wonder, is that something you see? We're all learning what AI can do in the future, right?
There may be some elements of that, although, the video game companies have been using artificial intelligence longer than just about anybody, because of the nature of video game production and how video games operate. So there may be some element of that, but I think there's also an element of really wanting to have 100% control and wanting to be able to just use the proceeds of this work without any kinds of limitations. And, that may have been something that was conceivable in a world where humans had the veto of just refusing to do something. They'd say, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do it. My face, my voice, not going to be part of it. But now, this technology lets these companies put your face, your voice, your body into something that you never did, that you may not even agree to. That's a line that we have to draw in the sand. And I think other companies have figured that out. And I think the video game companies are becoming more and more isolated, because they're really the only ones trying to hold this line of, we can do whatever we want with your face, your voice, your body.
The last time video game actors went on strike, it lasted for around a year. How long do you expect this dispute to go on for?
Well, I hope not that long. I mean, the fact is, last year we had to go on strike for almost 4 months with all the major studios and streamers, but the result of that was the beginnings of a consensus within the industry about the kinds of protections that performers rightly deserve. And so I hope that this time around, with the clear public support that we've had ever since last year, with the, as I said, sort of isolation of these companies in this position, with movement happening on a public policy level, hopefully this time we'll be able to bring it in a lot sooner than that. But make no mistake, our members are 100% committed, and they will stay on strike as long as it takes to achieve a fair deal.
And has there been any real progress since the strike was called?
I wouldn't say there's been any real progress yet. I mean, it has only been a little bit less than a week, and so I think that it's going to take a little bit of time than that, but I do think it's clear the companies are focused on this issue. This, I think, has got their attention. We had a huge picket line last Thursday out in front of Warner Brothers Games, one of the studios in Burbank, California. Hundreds and hundreds of our members showed up. It was, I think, a really powerful demonstration of the unity and solidarity being just as strong this year as it was last year. And I think those things will have an impact.
You touched on this before when we were talking about artificial intelligence. A lot of experts seem to agree it's maybe not quite as clever as people make out, and it's a bit of a way from being able to sort of replace humans entirely. Just go through those reasons. Why are you so worried about AI?
Well, this is a very specific use of AI that we're talking about, which is replicating performances by human performers. And I think it's really of concern because that level of technology does exist today and it's rapidly improving. And I think everyone can understand how fundamentally unfair it is for someone to have to compete against themselves for a job. I mean, this business is hard enough competing against other people. But when a video game studio can generate a duplicate of you to compete against you and maybe not even have to pay that duplicate, that's not a tenable situation for anyone. That's unfair. It's unethical. So this is something that has to be addressed right now. Certainly the expanding use of generative AI, we're all seeing these new tools coming out almost on a monthly basis that can do things that are just generations ahead of where they were just months ago. So I think that the time really is now to start putting some guardrails in. If we don't put them in now, by the time we get to it, it will be too late. So this is a battle that I think our members have a consensus has to be fought today.
And in terms of gamers, the people consuming these games, the people enjoying these games, how will these strikes affect them? Will we see delays like we saw with movies and TV shows previously?
Yeah, it will hit the video game industry a little differently because of the long lead time in productions and the way video game productions work, and frankly what performers' role is in those productions. But I do think there are some very popular games that will be impacted in the short term, and then over a longer term, even more will be impacted. And I do just want to say we were just at Comic-Con last week in San Diego, a huge festival of, among other things, gamers.
Kamala Harris's greatest accomplishment has been in media.
The message from the Kamala campaign that sounds like she's kind of campaigning against herself. But when Kamala campaigns, she campaigned good. She campaigned by disappearing. She campaigned by commandeering. Commandeering Google space, for example, now. You've noticed, of course, that their new adverts are meant to look like Google searches. We spoke to a brilliant Google expert. I think he was called Dr. Robert Epstein. Epstein, if almost their names would not sound like, it's either Jeffrey Epstein on one side and then there's Harvey Weinstein. People are always having to change their Steens and Steins to get away from the condemned. Let's have a look at this Kamala campaign.
Kamala Harris has spent decades fighting violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking.
That's going to be one of those involuntary laugh moments, isn't it? Because was she a border czar? When did a border czar not a border czar? When did you become bizarre to place that you were or weren't a border czar? I don't know. But that will be one of those involuntary laugh moments where an audience now has become more discerning than the propagandists recognise it.
Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
We live in a media age that we are having to become acclimatized to. We're having to learn quickly to discern the false from the true, to recognize the many false prophets, to recognize that we live in the false Luciferian light, the post-enlightenment condition, where we're given so much information that we live in its blood, deluged with deceits and untruths. Here are the plain moments that we may enjoy. At a Kamala Harris rally, some of her supporters are invited to list her greatest achievements. The propaganda machine wants to consider her and the prosecutor, where evidently she had some successes, certainly something they're keen to hark back at. Although I've heard people say that there were pretty punitive sentences for people convicted of marijuana offences, where there were some people detained criminally due to a relationship that prison had with manufacturers that were using prison labour. So even that aspect of Kamala's career is somewhat murky, and in her position as Vice President, prior to the ascent of a media campaign that has the unification that we've seldom seen
or perhaps in COVID or when they want us to go to war for something, it has been reframed as a figure of salvation around whom the left, or what passes for the left these days, or coalesce, whether it's the establishment left or the intellectual left. People say pretty keen to support Kamala. But here are her supporters trying to summon up some positive to say. Let's have a look. I've not watched this yet. I'm excited to see it.
Today, we're trying to find out from the attendees what Kamala Harris's greatest accomplishment has been as VP.
I mean, honestly, I'm not too into politics. I'm just here for the vibe. Becoming the first female vice president. So just becoming the VP is the best accomplishment? Yeah, absolutely.
Being a good person. Yeah, she's, I mean, she's, I don't know what she thinks really good for women.
Harris deserves the energy. She has a lot of enthusiasm, so it is important to get behind her.
It's like always like top. Like contributions to policy or policy speaking policy. So I don't know. It's total. That's how they want us. Lost in delirium. Only able to offer effective theory or follow rhetoric rather than saying, I believe this candidate will unity with my family. You see that? How they're going to
we're going to say that our community can take this number of migrants that have been registered in this way and participate in academia in this way. This is how we believe the board drifting you. That is why I've so enjoyed meeting Phidias, who the dude from Cyprus who's become a member of the UN Scala is meant to improve transparency. Tells you how the EU works. If you don't know how then surely you'll be interested that Ursula von der Leyen, who's just voted back into her position of the superiority, conducted private conversations with Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, made orders of vaccines that ultimately turned out to be not 100% successful. An interesting wrinkle is that her husband, you'll be astonished to learn, works in the pharmaceutical industry and received some of those contacts himself. There is so much room for social transparency. There is so much room for information. In an age when you can tell you, like the Democrat Party is absolutely very misinformation has to be controlled. Look at their supporters coming forward misinformed. delirious and unable to appoint even a single reason to vote for a candidate that they vociferously support and support through their attendance of that event. Staggering, extraordinary, at very least surprising. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. Hey, this is exciting. We've got a great partner today. It's Rumble. But beyond Rumble is Rumble's latest venture. Let me ask you first, are you a Sleepy Joe type character with zero cognitive performance, struggling to muster focus and brain power for basic things like running the United States of America? You've got to stop drinking one liberal coffee that hates you and your way of life and start your day by drinking Rumble's very own 1775 coffee. This is going to be the best tasting coffee you've ever had. Seriously good, ethically sourced from a family farm in the high altitude mountains of Bolivia. Not in the Bolivian lowlands, run not by a family but by a single man still living with a pet. No, instead of waking up and drinking your big corporation owned woke ideology coffee that's probably making you sick from the pesticides it's sprayed with, try it. Rumble's 1775 revolutionary coffee. Support freedom of speech. Build a parallel economy. It actually values you and loves you. My favourite? It's dark, of course. I've always found the lure of the dark irresistible. I'm sorry, how can I stay mad at you? But you're just going to have to wait over there for a little while. Level up your morning routine with a 1775 coffee. Sleep all night, know you harder than dollar dudes are going towards supporting freedom-loving creators like me on Rumble. Visit 1775coffee.com now. Pick up your first bag. Use the code GRAM. Save 10% of your first order. Oh, come on. What you Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Walmart Delivery Pass. Unlimited grocery deliveries for just $8.97 per month or $89 per year.
And more. There are investments in these bills to make families' lives a little easier and help parents make ends meet, like increased funding for childcare, our K-12 public schools, and to help students get higher education. Support for community.
Allô? Ouais. Non, ils m'ont pas envoyé le morceau. Ben, il m'a pas répondu. Il m'a envoyé des morceaux, c'est pas ce que je dis. Ben, c'était bon, ben, c'était pas. Ça devait être 2 morceaux, il m'a envoyé un. Non, ben, il m'a envoyé un morceau, j'avais besoin, ben, c'est pas celui-là que j'ai besoin, j'avais pas vraiment besoin. Ben, le morceau est obligé de quelque part, je sais pas à qui j'ai pas dit, c'est à quelque part ici. J'ai checké, j'ai pas rien vu. C'est peut-être le métal, cette affaire, là, je sais pas. Bon. Ça va. Ouais. Ok. Ok, ouais. Ah!
different things.
Okay, I see what's going on.
Imagine ça. Il fait aller dans la patin, des petites bases avant que j'ai rentré ici, là.
top 3 reasons why you should shop Manscaped's 20% off summer sale. Number 1, get 2 free gifts plus 20% off when you order the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. Number 2, bundle and save on top of 20% off when you get the Groin and Go or Beard and Balls bundle. And number 3, the savings don't stop there. Get free shipping on all of our top sellers, including the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, the Handyman, and the Body Buffer. Shop now and get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at manscaped.com.
Can't always predict the future, but with over 155 years of expertise from Sun Life, you can find out to get excited about.
I think I need to wrap my head around the fact that the news cycle can never slow down. It's like we're just on this constant line of either tensions happening here in Canada, global tensions, or just natural disasters happening, and it's insane. I'm so surprised that every single week there's not only this much to talk about, but things are getting this insane. And politically speaking, we're still 14 to 15 months away from an election, so it's crazy how this is happening so quickly. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I just want to encourage everyone to smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It does really help grow this channel. We're going to be talking about quite a few things. You've got arts and materials that are flooding, with people cutting off Ukraine from any sort of funding, which is quite interesting. You have pooping on beaches, but more importantly, monkeypox and what that's going to look like in terms of shutting things down, which it seems like there's unconfirmed reports, but it seems like that's actually going to happen. So, buckle up. I won't be ready to pick up the whole thing or as much as possible. Let's just get into it. So the polls are showing that the Conservatives, Pierre Poilievre, is still insisting that he will 14 for candidacies with a bottom line of 181 and the top end of 234. And then you have Justin Trudeau at 70 seats, which is not good. And of course at 20 seats, which, I mean, it's not that good for them, it's good for us, assuming that following us watching team here with both of us here as well as seats of the government. I want to give you thing massive stop, especially since it's too long for that. We can do that, but yeah. So it's all seems like there's a series of attacks that are happening where some different parts of America, people are just going and shooting at the bases and retreat, which is unbelievable. That's not historically here in the West, but it seems to be happening. And speaking of shooting, there's a massive protest happening here in Taiwan. The man is fighting to go with Boston. Everybody fights directly. The ball is school. The other ball swamps down over and the so that everyone's set up and over here this and that, retaliation, fighting, but that's not how we do it. Pretty much the same thing. Business Journal's article first week, America is going to be the last. That's not going to be it. So all the cases for young PC someone country that has access to their own code, so you're living a life and shit. That's usually, and that's what we're seeing, really, except for studies and let's see how they go. The other things, I mean, let the military figures be America. And we have a bit of a bias here with the American presidential candidate. Right? So he has Trump has said that he wants to raise the child tax rate to $5,000. And CNBC said, on like the thing is millions of cars, here's why that could be difficult. And then Harris said she wants to call for a $6,000 child tax credit. And it's not that same bias. Here's why that's difficult. That's more money. So very, very bizarre with the nitpicking that happens, but we all do that, and that's why we don't really trust the mainstream media, and why, I mean, this channel in particular, but all the other channels that are like this have become extremely successful, criticize mainstream media and government, because it just doesn't make any sense. It's clear bias. Journalism, mainstream journalism, has now become the platform for the people are really fed up with it. Not to know the Canadian is not in a good position. I mean, I suppose if you're a landlord, get out of your red team. So BC landlords have recently taken it to court, and they won that they're ruling to increase rent by 23.5% over 2 years. Over 2 years. People talk about rent control and how much it's needed. They trigger 11% per year, which is insane. So you can say that is a higher increase here than what the S&P 500 does instead of 10% per year. So landlords are feeling like 20% increase. That is so for renting here in BC, be mindful that if your rent does skyrocket, and this is but of course, that's outside of the government's plan. Nothing somehow be happy. Very, very bizarre. Speaking of happiness, Justin Trudeau is sick. I did a video about this the other day. I'm not going to want to seems to think that he's sick. This person says, what is wrong with Justin Trudeau? But I don't know if this looks this a full face or standard style you got his mad, you got a little bit of fat on his face, normal. Hips where he's all on and the fat under his chin is just tucked in there where they don't really look that healthy with it. He's lost with understanding. It wouldn't be the first to hold finally get like a was after the big public took a bit of a leave of absence or some hidden shadows, and he's right before the summer break he gets over here a little bit more, and I mean he's gone down and belt buckle his toes, right? Like he's lost a lot of weight, but it feels like it's a little bit healthier, larger than other things else. But yes, it doesn't really call for healthier. I'm not talking about that. If you're affected by that, it's good. This is very is a complicated step, and then it happens with corners, small, I mean, it's not average. He doesn't have 137 new staff in Gaston. From a company that you never see their financials. And guess who is the CEO? Alright, this guy here. Cloud? No. Previously, Cloud had held senior management roles with Canaan Group Incorporated, SNC-Lavalin Incorporated. SNC-Lavalin. Where, oh where would you ever go back? And this is from History of Freeland. There's people announcement on X. Kind of girlfriend is investing $137 million into the SEC Lavalin conglomerate. Yep, more money that we receive by not very good book for Canada. Speaking of not a very good book for Canada, it's Canada's speaking a bit of a trade book where you're up in the case of freedom for but when you're not being arrested, actually arrested for what they are basing on say the video. Because just like this book, it's see what's happening, what can be good, and you're kind of like, Sornex. Turns out, don't have to wait. It's already here. So RCMP has arrested a BC woman after racially offensive social media content. Takes a gulp as he's scared. Alright, so let's take a look at this article here. A Chilliwack, BC woman has been arrested over what the police are describing as a racially offensive content she shared with social media. She was arrested on August 7th and has since been released to a court at a later date, while prosecutors consider several charges. She was crazy. Like, what? It's article with them to say, I'll just summarize. They're going to say, we don't have to tell you, for 3 minutes, not tell you what the social media handle is or what was said, which is great because it's deciding what is going to go west or goes on social media. I get that there's a scale. I get that there's a scale of factual things, such as there has been a certain demographic that have been caught pooping on beaches in Osaka Beach. And we're going to take a look at that and look at those factual things. It's not a racially motivated statement, it's fact. But then you have the other side of the scale, which of course racist things can be said, not about that particular example, but just in general, right? Society makes sense. And is it always going to be the white people that are arrested? I don't know if this person's right. I'm absolutely no idea. But it feels like that this racist claim are always when it's white people that are all system to the racist people that it's all good. It's either racist, black, like that, you're going to simply say, okay, racist things, yeah, because certain companies have things to block certain things like said, certain calls to action, certain say, I get that, that's a you see policy, it works, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it works, yeah, percentage of the city. As we were crazy, now we're going to look at the senators, where Justin Trudeau had one of the new senators that's still So Justin Trudeau has 4 senators. That's 82 of the total 105 are almost 80% good. They are supposed to be independent, but they are all hardcore left wing. The Senate controls the ability to pass any bill from the House. to understand. And just to get a better idea of how insane this is, not too long ago, Justin Trudeau was criticized very, very heavily by the mainstream media for his partisan side picks. But here we are today with two new important senators and their partisan picks.
Justin Trudeau promised Senate reform.
I have come to believe that the Senate must be non-partisan.
Vowing back in 2014 to appoint independent senators. Our younger Pierre Poilievre watched from the wings. But a CBC News analysis found 8 out of 12 of the senators appointed last year have ties to the Liberal Party. That's 66%, up from about 30% in earlier years. Longtime Liberal MP Roger Pesner became a senator last year.
Senator, I'm pleased to extend to you to the Senate of Canada.
Prompting critics to poke fun at the independent process.
Mr. Trudeau is removed the fig leaf for his Senate appointments and is now appointing Liberal presidents to the RNJ.
Pesner says he applied to the Senate to help Canadians, but other new senators also include longtime Liberal donors, former provincial candidates, and Liberal staffers.
Justin Trudeau, he promised an independent Senate, but what has actually happened is the exact opposite of it.
Conservative Senator Denise Batters says the appointments were never truly nonpartisan. An independent advisory board recommends senators, but it's the Prime Minister who ultimately chooses. Now she suggests there's a reason Trudeau is nominating more Liberals.
They're worried that they're going to be in the losing position in the next election, and so they want to make sure that they have as many senators, filling those seats as possible, who are actually Liberals.
The Trent has one academic who helped create the advisory board concerned.
What is troubling is to see a slew of partisan appointments, particularly those that match the government's strategies.
The Prime Minister's office says there have been no recent changes in the way senators are appointed. The Conservatives haven't shared their position on whether they'd keep Trudeau's reforms if they win the next election, or if they'd revert to an openly partisan process. Kate McKenna, CBC.
So no matter, this was in January of this year, so no matter what the press says, no matter how much time goes on, it seems like Justin Trudeau's goal is ultimately to have as much control as he possibly can, which, yes, that is a political strategy, but also, man, we don't want that. It's absolutely insane. That's not a democracy. That's called communism. Nobody's on board with that. People didn't vote for that. They did not vote. And even with the NDP Liberal coalition, that's not what people voted for. Somewhere along the lines, you had Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh. They individually had these promises that appealed to people in Canada. And there's a lot of buyer's remorse when it came to as time has gone on for people that have voted. There might even be people that view this channel that have voted for Justin Trudeau in the last election or previous election, especially when it was towards pushing, legalization of marriage. And that, a lot of people voted for that, and now they've since regretted it because those two have merged, and that's not at all what people voted for. And even if Pierre Poilievre were to this inevitable, knock on wood, hopefully win this next election, even if he were to merge with Bloc Québécois or something, it would carry the same kind of weight for the controversy, where people that vote for Pierre are wanting an independent conservative party and Pierre to be the leader. They don't want this merge to happen. So it's super, super bizarre that we're stuck in this kind of perpetual loop, it seems, until the next election, which is why it's so important. It's so important to get out and vote and be educated on this. And I'm going to make a video at some point that's completely dedicated to how important and pivotal this next election is, because I feel like there's just still so many people out there that are not really interested in voting. They're not making, their informed decisions based off of only major media's evidence. But that's a video for a different day, so don't worry too much about that. But keep your eyes peeled for when that comes. But I'll tell you guys down below about what's happening here with the Senate. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let me know why. Next up, I took to X and I used an AI tool. I don't do that too often, but I think I might start doing this a little bit more often. I asked AI this question:
I said, which races of people are pooping on beaches in Canada? And here's what it had to say. The decline of public defecation on beaches in Canada, particularly highlighted in Wasaga Beach, Ontario, has been associated with South Asian immigrants, dominantly those from India, according to various social media reports and discussions. And then it goes on to explain that there are social media reports and local testimonies. And for this reason, among other reasons, I highly recommend you go over to X, where you can find the link down in the description, or just type in Mr. Sunshine Baby, MR Sunshine Baby on X, and you will find me there. It'd be awesome to engage in a conversation over on that platform as well. But the reason I brought up the AI, or I brought to the AI's attention and asked that question, was because an article has just surfaced today, or yesterday rather, about Wasaga Beach pooping by the Toronto Star. A serial pooping problem, or something else. What's really behind the rumors about people defecating at Wasaga Beach? It might be the busiest summer season in 18 years of operation for the Brainless Beach Treats, a milestone measured in homemade butter tarts and scoops of ice cream headed out the front door, with visitors drawn to the sand 2 blocks away that just happens to be part of the longest freshwater beach in the world. This summer, Wasaga Beach has seen its highest number of tourists in a decade, with visitation rising to 20% above even pre-pandemic levels. It's a welcome boom. The Ontario tourist town on the lip of Georgian Bay, a beachside retreat that has staked its reputation on selling, as one town official recently put it, family-friendly fun. But all of that comes to a bit of a bleaching halt when you have these pooping on beaches incidences happening, so much so that the Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, has gone on mainstream media television broadcast saying, hey guys, don't poop on beaches in Wasaga, or just in general. And that clip has been played on American late-night TV shows just to add more exaggeration to the state of Canada. Not a very good look for our reputation, and also, why are people pooping on beaches? That doesn't even make any sense. There's bathrooms, or poop at home, or I don't know. Oh, poop on the beach. It's kind of weird. I love to know what you guys think down below in the comments. And now we're taking a look at the next potential massive pandemic, which a lot of people are saying, I'm not going to comply. No matter what, I'm not going to comply. A lot of people have already been saying that. I've posted, I believe, that question on my community tab here on YouTube, but also over on X. And it seems like the government and organizations, World Health Organizations, are already ready for this type of reaction. So it's the rhetoric around this is, yeah, this is something that we have never seen above and beyond anything in the past. Let's take a look at some of these screenshots of these articles. We have Mpox detected in San Francisco water after the World Health Organization declares international public health emergency. That's not good. That's not a method of transmission that we have ever heard of. That is a bit of a curveball. Alright, Mpox has been detected in wastewater samples from San Francisco. It was reported after the World Organization declared this a public emergency of international concern. Traces of the Mpox was in California, sparking concern that the disease could spread through the city and the rest of America. Very, very crazy that this is now getting this much attention. And then you have this screenshot of an article saying Trudeau warns new virus worse than COVID, set to disrupt banking, gasoline, and food supply. So that is wild, and that is by the People's Voice TV. I'm not sure how legitimate that is, but nonetheless, it seems to be making its rounds. It's got almost 500,000 views on social media, and there are no community notes, as you can see. So, I mean, I suppose this was a real statement by Justin Trudeau, according to his articles. Kind of crazy. Justin Trudeau's Canadian government has issued very specific information about a future pandemic that they warn will come in 3 waves and is set to disrupt access to banking, gasoline, and the food supply.
So already you see that rhetoric is picking up, and that's a massive, massive thing to say, especially after what we have been through collectively over the past 4 or 5 years. So time has just flown by. And then in addition to all those, you have another screenshot from the Mail Online News saying the Canadian government warns country to prepare for new virus far worse than the truth. Again, unconfirmed reports, since they are just screenshots of the articles, but every single one of these has not received a community note, so we're going to have to see how that unravels. By the time a post reaches almost 500,000 views, it should have already had a chance to go through the community note process, so it seems like it's all checking out, but again, we're going to have to wait and see. But here's a video of, I think it's CBC here. Let's take a look at this one.
Spreading further and infecting thousands more each day. Mpox is being declared a public health emergency of international concern by the World Health Organization for the second time.
The potential for further spread within Africa and beyond is very worrying.
Now calling on the international community to help.
It's clear that a coordinated international response is essential to stop these outbreaks and save lives.
Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, is a viral disease spread by close personal contact. That can cause lesions, fever, headaches. Most people recover, but there have been about 500 deaths in Africa so far this year. The outbreak began in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of the poorest countries in the world. A new, more transmissible and deadlier variant is now spreading, already to more than a dozen other countries. African health officials have already declared a continental emergency, saying they need up to 10 million vaccines, while also struggling to get doses they have to those who need them.
This is a ticking bomb, so it's kind of becoming the new HIV.
Dr. Jean Meshiga is a researcher who's been working on Mpox.
Okay. So if it's become the new HIV, then of course if you're not, touching other people and you just kind of keep to yourself and your, your partner, then there shouldn't inherently be a problem in terms of transmission. But with now it being in the water supply in San Francisco, and it could potentially spread into America that way, and there's also been concerns that this might evolve into something airborne, then if that even happens one time, all of the headlines are going to be changing, and we're all going to be going through the process that we've already done, but it's going to be even worse because we're going to try and nip it in the bud harder, faster than we did the first time. And I understand there's so many words with that one, but I'm just going to keep it there. It's continuing.
All of a sudden, all the world take attention because of the threat of global spread. It's been an endemic disease, a neglected disease.
2 years ago, another strain of Mpox spread around the world, including Canada. Infections persist. Infectious disease experts say problems then.
There are therapeutics available globally, but due to logistical hurdles, regulatory hurdles, they're not deployed widely, especially in the most impacted areas of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Delivery pass. Get unlimited grocery deliveries for just $8.97 per month or $89 per year. Enjoy 30 days free when you sign up.
And those calls for international help you mentioned, what are Canadian officials saying about that?
It's also the Canadian government has donated about $2 million to help deal with Mpox outbreaks across Africa to date this year. The Public Health Agency of Canada says it has not been formally asked by the WHO or anyone else for more help as of right now, but that could change, so it's monitoring the situation and assessing what kind of help it may be able to provide, including donating vaccines. Public Health Agency of Canada says it has enough vaccine on hand should the Mpox outbreak go global like the last one did. Christine?
Cameron McIntosh.
So it seems like we're preparing for something to get crazier. And I'm going to go out on and say that if we're already at this stage, and there's still 30 days between now and when they sit down in Parliament,
there's a high likelihood, if it stays consistent at this rate, that they come back wearing masks. And if they come back to Parliament wearing masks, then it's safe to say that it will actually hit the fan, and stock markets will likely tank, borders will get closed again. There will be mandates that will, nationwide this dosing. I'm sure that will have with a tremendous amount of, I don't know if people are going to comply, is pretty much what I'm trying to say. But I'd love to know down in the comments, if that's the case, do you intend on complying? Let me know what you guys think. Next up, we're going to kind of wrap things up here with a couple other breakout stories across Canada. Tensions have escalated as Indian supporters faced off with Khalistan separatists in an industrial area around Surrey on BC's India's Independence Day. And I did show this video in a previous video on this channel. I just wanted to highlight it again because it just feels like you have so many problems that are happening from other parts of the world that they're being brought here in Canada and assigning more divisiveness, which is insane. And I really hope that the next government, the Conservative government, can really unite people instead of fueling this divisiveness. And then here we have this fella from the Ontario President Fred Hahn gave a Braveheart speech, sort of, at a rally that happened today. Let them hear it. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's about a very serious issue, but for you to have the same or similar reaction that I do, just close your eyes, re-listen to that, and picture that it's meant to be a Braveheart announcement, a strong man standing on a horse or racing in front of a battalion of soldiers saying, "We're gonna fight," and then that speech happens. It made me chuckle, but I'd love to know what you guys think down below in the comments. And then you have a lot of controversy around Justin Trudeau's hotel bill. So I did cover this the other day, and I said, look, in the article, it says that Justin Trudeau stayed at a lavish hotel. It's the Holiday Inn. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense. The Holiday Inn isn't lavish. When I said that, I didn't know that he ran up a bill of $650,000. And people's heads are spinning. How the hell does the Prime Minister rack up such a freaking insane bill? The answer is, I don't think anybody really knows. Ask SNC-Lavalin, they might have some answers. But, as truth be told, it's because of Justin Trudeau's posse that follows him around, a security detail, right? So it's not just a hotel room for Justin Trudeau with security standing outside. They also need food, they also need accommodations, and they need to block off certain rooms, and, they can't have, like, you or I wouldn't be able to get a hotel room, even if it was just a coincidence next to Justin Trudeau's hotel room. That's a massive security risk from their end, from his end, from many Prime Minister's end. So what they do, from what my understanding is, they have a perimeter set up that I don't have access to that blueprint, obviously for security reasons, and no person, no civilian who doesn't have security clearance to be that close to Justin Trudeau will be able to get, those hotel rooms. So they block off a massive chunk when they stay at hotels like that, and then you add in, food and all that stuff. But it's crazy that it would be so hard. That's kind of where people's heads are spinning. Look, I didn't explain it to defend Justin Trudeau. Just know that when Trudeau goes anywhere, he also brings 30 minimum people, right? So anywhere that he's staying, it's going to rack up a significant bill. But you would think that would stay in the tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, bordering on close to $1 million. Absolutely insane. And I'm very curious to know how this just going to look when Pierre Poilievre has access to it. So Pierre Poilievre, knock on wood, is Canada's next Prime Minister. When he's staying at a hotel and traveling, what's the workaround going to be? Has every Prime Minister had this backlash? I haven't been paying attention to politics for that long, so I can't really say and speak on that, but that's more of a question for the audience. If you ever noticed any Prime Minister that has had this much controversy for these hotel bills, as much as Justin Trudeau, or anywhere near as much as Justin Trudeau, I'm going to be really, really honest. So I'm excited to see how Pierre navigates his way through all of these controversies that seem so difficult to not fall into, like Justin Trudeau, right? I'm not saying that it's not difficult to spend that amount of money. It feels like common sense to not spend $1 million on a hotel bill in Sudbury, but nonetheless, it's interesting. Is Pierre gonna not sleep in a hotel? Has that gonna look? Maybe he's a camper fan. Anyways, I'm just talking in circles, but I'm pretty excited to see Pierre just be Prime Minister for crying out loud, and hopefully fix the country. Next up, speaking of fixing the country, Ontario needs a little bit of fixing. So you have a insane storm that's happening in Ontario right now. High winds, high amount of rain. This video doesn't do it justice, but this photo may do it justice. This is Mississauga, Ontario, a massive flood. And to wrap things up, this is a crazy video of what's happening in Mississauga. So there's a lot of backlash that has followed this video surfacing, right? Food needs proper drainage anyway. Build, baby, build. Good thing Mississauga has saved $2 billion in development fees, and I'm sure the Liberal government's going to find a way to spin this on climate change. We're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. Let me know down in the comments as we end this video if you have any comments, questions, concerns about any topics that were covered. And on your way out, I'd like for you guys to smash that button, subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Those fake ads really drive you mad, huh? The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it, it's a totally different game. That's crazy, right? But today, I finally...
I'm Pamela Harris. I'm calling on her. For far too long, the status quo thinking has been to believe that by putting more police on the street, you're going to have more safety. And that's just wrong. We have a secure border. We're not going to treat people who are undocumented cross borders criminals. That's correct.
People who are convicted in prison, like the Boston Marathon on death row, they should be able to vote.
I think we should have that conversation. Apologize. Yeah. Is that a position that you agree with? Listen, I think there's no question that we've got to critically re-examine ICE, and we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez has been darling of the party. She was 2 minutes this weekend proudly calling herself a radical, and she's promoting policies like saying that every single carbon emission in the country, every car, should be eliminated within the next 11 years, everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate. Do you agree that she could possibly end this ideology with the socialist left fixed country or party?
No. I think that, I think that's fantastic.
How is she going to distance herself from some of those positions and present herself as a moderate, as a centrist?
President Trump has not pushed senior Saudi leaders. Would you?
Yes. I would make it very clear. We were not going to, in fact, sell more weapons to them.
The United States has agreed to resume selling offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia.
We were going to, in fact, make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are.
Citing bureaucratic hurdles, diplomatic procedures, and geopolitical considerations, the United States will now sell precision-guided bombs and missiles to Saudi Arabia.
While we're talking about the ongoing media furore and propaganda campaign that surrounds the ascendancy of Kamala Harris, You know that there are still wars on. You know that there are still parades, Taliban parades, made up of, well, there's no nice way of saying it, weapons that were left there by the botched departure or burdened or augmented by Joe Biden. Remember that guy blown away from the dust of history? Did he resign? Did he resign? What amendment was evoked? How come Kamala Harris? Was there an election for Kamala Harris? Was she endorsed? What are the policies? Does she do press conferences? Does she do interviews? So many questions. But don't we just love, instead of policy, an enjoyable parade? Here's a Taliban parade in Afghanistan where $85 billion worth of military equipment is on display. It was left there by the Biden and Kamala Harris administration. But, you know, a parade's a parade. And maybe it's not the Macy's Christmas Day parade, but it's still enjoyable.
سواواو یا چین لرونکي امریکایي ټانګونه د جګړې ډګر ته د پرسونل د انتقال پرمختللي ټانګونه دي چې د جګړې په ډګر کې ترې ګټه اخیستل کېږي. دا سخروالو واسطه د ماشینګنو او ټانک ضد وسلو د انتقال ظرفیت لري او تر ډېره حده د بندیو، مرمیو او ماینونو په وړاندې مقاومت لري.
They've done a good job of learning how to use that equipment, haven't they? They've really adjusted over there in the Taliban. Like those tanks, they're all that's taxpayer, that's American taxpayer tanks, is it? That's all stuff like. Where did you get that tank? Well, actually, I don't like to see people. Like, imagine if you go to a charity shop, or you know, and like then you saw someone else wearing it. Like if I gave this to a charity shop, and I never would because I adore this garment. But if I saw someone subsequently wearing it, I think I'd really question my original charity. Now, if this had been left by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden somewhere in Afghanistan, and then I saw people do it in a parade, I think I would feel agitated. And, you know, you can't do too much damage with this beautiful garment. And with some of those tanks, they do look very efficient. I mean, I don't know what they're doing over there at Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc. But they do make some pretty fine military equipment, and I should clarify they're not sponsored. Well, that music's actually quite beautiful. It's a very beautiful piece of propaganda, albeit rather expensively achieved at the expense of the American taxpayer. There are still weapons making their way out into the world. Apparently, Pariah, Saudi Arabia, are doing some pretty good deals for offensive weaponry with the United States government. I do remember that Joe Biden, hey, forget that guy, he's gone like old skin cells, like his own memory, just distant. He's come on, Harris now, can't you stay with it? It's like a trend. What is it? Is it like Pogs or Pokemon Go or whatever? People don't bother with pop stars now, they can't accommodate them. Regardless, the fact is that promises of yesterday are of as much value as Joe Biden's memories. Saudi Arabia are being sold weapons now.
As tensions with Iran increase in the region, the United States has agreed to resume selling offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia. In 2021, the Biden administration placed an arms embargo on the Saudi kingdom after accusing Riyadh of human rights violations in the war against the Yemen-based Houthis. However, Washington says that Riyadh remains one of its most dependable allies in the region. Citing bureaucratic hurdles, diplomatic procedures, and geopolitical considerations, the United States will now sell precision-guided bombs and missiles to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, no! Mind you, I mean, civil rights and human rights violations are getting pretty common. And me, as a person living in the UK, I can hardly condemn any other regiment for being authoritarian or violating human rights. And thank God I'm a couple, or I wouldn't be able to say that without potentially being jailed. So, there you have it. Hey, did you pronounce it right then, guys? Let me know what you think in the comments and the chat. We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. Hey, this is exciting. We've got a great partner today. It's Rumble. But beyond Rumble, it's Rumble's latest venture. Let me ask you first, are you a Sleepy Joe type character with zero cognitive performance, struggling to muster focus and brain power for basic things like running the United States of America? You've got to stop drinking liberal coffee that hates you and your way of life, and start your day by drinking Rumble's very own 1775 coffee. This is going to be the best tasting coffee you've ever had. Seriously good, ethically sourced from a family farm in the high altitude mountains of Bolivia. Not in the Bolivian lowlands run not by a family but by a single man still living with a pet. No, instead of waking up and drinking your big corporation-owned woke ideology coffee that's probably making you sick from the pesticides it's sprayed with, try it. Rumble's 1775 revolutionary coffee. Support freedom of speech. Build a parallel economy. It actually values you. It loves you. My favourite? It's dark, of course. I've always found the lure of the dark irresistible. I'm sorry, how can I stay mad at you? But you're just going to have to wait over there for a little while. Level up your morning routine with a 1775 coffee. 3.99 your hard-earned dollar dues are going towards supporting freedom-loving creators like me on Rumble. Visit 1775coffee.com now. Pick up your first bag. Use the code BRAND to save 10% on your first order. Oh, come on. Why choose? Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really? First up, we've got shaped video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition here. Just import any SVG file and set it as a shape mask. Nice. Next up, we'll keep it moving with the hoverbox. You can use it to animate any element and create these really eye-catching interactions. And what I love is that the level of control you get here is crazy precise. You can set your animation ease, scale size, and position to create this really dope effect. Third, we've got the Mega Menu. This not only lets you organize your site menu into different subcategories, but it also looks amazing when you add in different elements like text, buttons, images, and pretty much anything you can think of. And last but not least, we've got My Designs. This feature lets you save any section or component that you've already created, and you can use it as a starting point on any other pages or sites you're working on. This one's personally saved me a ton of time. So you've got all these features. Now see what you can do with them. Get on over to Wix and create something dope.
Thank you all.
Palestinian authorities say the death toll from the war in Gaza and the West Bank is nearing 40,000 people, 50,000 dead. And now they say that Israel has arrested another 10,000 people across the occupied West Bank and Jerusalem since October 7th. And the war is to expand as Israel awaits retaliation from Iran. Here to break this down is Palestinian-American journalist and researcher Nancy Harwood. Prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in captivity by Israel. The book is called These Chains Will Be Broken. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So, we are familiar with the prisoners in Gaza, the Israelis, but what is the cause by which Israel has always detained Palestinians and continues to do so, and what are their rights?
Right. That's a very kind of layered question, because in actuality, Israel does not have the right to detain Palestinians, especially under these conditions, according to the Geneva Convention and other conventions and treaties regarding the rights of prisoners during time of war. Let's just come back a little before October 7, 2023, when the arrest of Palestinians, the detention of Palestinians became just an everyday reality, where you have about 2,000 Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza who have been imprisoned by Israel in the last 10 months. In addition to thousands of Palestinians, which we know absolutely nothing about, who have been detained from Gaza. We don't have numbers regarding the Gaza detainees. We just know that there are thousands, but we don't know where they are being held exactly. Once in a while, they go horrendous torture. Once in a while, there's a street prisoner who come and tell these horror stories that are taking place. But basically, there's a black hole, and the Gaza prisoners all fell in it. And neither the Red Cross nor any United Nations-linked organization is allowed to investigate or to know what's happening to the Gaza prisoners. But prior to all of this, and for years, Israel is occupying power according to international law. The term military occupation is in itself not a bad term or a good term. It's a legal term. It means that there is an occupying party and an occupied entity, and the occupying party has to exercise certain kind of responsibility towards the occupied. One of them is that you cannot detain people in mass. You cannot hold people in your own territories, meaning moving them out of the occupied entity to your own territories. You cannot torture. This is not open for an opinion or legal deliberation, as the Israelis are right now deliberating whether it's okay to rape Palestinians or not. International law does not, kind of have that kind of gray area where torture and rape could be under certain circumstances permissible. But Israelis have been torturing Palestinians for a very long time. They hold them in large numbers, mass arrest. They arrest as a form of collective punishment. Children, hundreds of them, are detained in Israeli prisons as we speak. Many women are detained in Israeli prisons as we speak. The vast majority of Palestinians who are detained are political prisoners. It means that they are prisoners of opinion. You could write a Facebook post and you could find yourself a prisoner in Israel, tortured in Israel, sentenced by a military court in Israel. All of this So imagine with this kind of spirit of vengeance that has taken over Israel since October 7, what is actually taking place. Now the debate is, should Israeli soldiers rape? And if they do, what are the circumstances in which they could be held accountable? And by the way, none. And does that make them less heroic than those who don't? I think we have entered into this very strange matrix of irrational inhumanity within the Israeli political and societal discourse that I don't even know if there is any legal opinion that even matters in this subject. If you are actually talking about whether torture and rape with such savagery should actually be permitted or not. Even the Americans themselves, who have been supporting Israel in every possible way in the war against the Palestinians, have spoken out against the instances of rape simply because they are documented, they are on leaked videos, and that kind of raises a whole different question. Why is the Israeli army leaking videos of rape? And I think that takes me to the reason of why I wrote the book that I did, These Chains Will Be Broken. The idea here, it's not about trying to exact information from Palestinians. That's not why Israel tortures. Israel tortures to break the will and the spirit of the Palestinians, to remind them that they are forever inferior and that Israel has the upper hand. And deterrence at an emotional and psychological level is still in place. That's why you have these kind of situations in which Palestinians are going beyond the everyday politics of the humiliation that Israel practices against Palestinians, but into a whole new territory of mass violence, torture, sexual assaults, and outright rape.
J'ai payé peu de food et voici ce qui est arrivé. Je consomme des produits. Je suis pressée de jouer plus frais que ceux que je trouve dans les épiceries. Je cuisine des repas conçus par les chefs. Je donne beaucoup plus de temps sur la planification des repas et les visites à l'épicerie. Et ce qui signifie que j'ai plus de temps pour me détendre.
Now, some of the numbers that were released include, let's see, 700 children. Now, and you're quite right, we only have the numbers from the West Bank and Jerusalem because Gaza is a black hole. We can't see it. There's no transparency. So we have 700 children, 94 journalists, 53 of them still under arrest, 5 female journalists, 16 journalists from Gaza that we know of, women, let's see if I can find number, including a pregnant woman. Are we talking about teenagers or even prepubescent children?
Yeah, we are talking about actual children as opposed to, a 17-year-old who just happened to be maybe close enough to being an adult, and it happened that he did something so horrible that had Israel arrested. We are talking about rapes in the middle of the night and family homes in Silwan, Sheikh Jarrah, in Jerusalem, throughout the West Bank, in which children at the age of 12 and 13 are being dragged out of their homes. Many of these children have been accused of throwing rocks at the Israeli soldiers who are invading their neighborhoods and their towns, or they have participated in anti-Israeli occupation protests. Many of these children, when they are released to home custody. Therefore, they are unable to go to school. I have personally documented many such cases where the Israeli army would actually come every single night to some of these families' homes to check if the child is there, and if they are not, then the father himself, the brothers, the mother, the sisters could find themselves being assaulted, being detained, having to pay heavy fines, and so forth. Again, a lot of this has been taking place prior to October 7th, so I just want your listeners and your viewers to try to imagine that in this genocidal state of affairs, what kind of fate do these prisoners who have been treated very, very badly prior, what kind of a state they are living in? We have seen reports by Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, even Israel's own human rights organization, B'Tselem. I think they have done such good work on the subject about the starvation of Palestinian prisoners, per the orders of National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. And by the way, he's not lying. I mean, to his credit, the guy is not hiding it. He's saying that I think I have a solution to the overcrowdedness of prisons, killing them. He says that publicly, openly, on Israel's channel 14, day and night. That's the kind of hate mongering that is coming out of Israel. But these are not ordinary individuals. This is a man who holds the keys to all Palestinian prisons. And this is the man who's actually carrying out the actual policy that he is enunciating on television.
Now, something that people will say is, well, if Hamas just releases the Israeli prisoners, this can be over. But we see that this is not a clear one-for-one life exchange. We've known this for decades. For instance, in 2011, when Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit was released after being in captivity for 5 years in Gaza, his one life was paid in exchange for 1,000 Palestinian prisoners. So doesn't this show us that Israel always has Palestinians to spare? And it is not a clear one-to-one exchange. We don't have like a Bitcoin rate of dollar to Bitcoin. How many lives are... It's not a humanist argument that we have here, but how do you respond to this idea that if Hamas just released the prisoners, this would be over?
Absolutely, not in the least. I mean, before the war started, there were about 7,000 Palestinian prisoners held inside Israel. It's kind of like give and take. Sometimes it goes back to 5,000, but a minimal threshold has been around 5,000 or so. It goes up during times of strife, it goes down. So if the issue here is indeed, this is an Israeli response to something that the Palestinians have done, then why holding thousands of Palestinian prisoners prior to that? I told you about my book. The book was written before October 7. Why did we have the need to report the stories of the thousands of Palestinian prisoners held inside Israel? Gilad Shalit was captured in the war in 2006 by the Palestinians. He was in an area called the Gaza envelope. Part of his job was to ensure the perfection of the siege of Gaza. So he was captured in war. The reason that Israel delayed the exchange deal, which is 1,004, I think 1,026 or 25, the reason that they delayed is because they don't want to give Palestinians leverage. You see, for Israel, the whole issue is about leverage. It's not about the actual human value of their prisoners and certainly not of the Palestinian prisoners. But they fear that if they allow Palestinians to have that kind of power, then they are going to tailor their resistance in the future against the Israeli occupation and apartheid in such a way where they can always exact that kind of concessions from Israel. So when many Israelis, including the families of the prisoners themselves, say Netanyahu doesn't care about the prisoner, when the head of the Israeli opposition, Lapid himself, says he doesn't care about the prisoners, they're not lying. They are actually telling the truth. He doesn't. Because they fear, again, that an exchange with these prisoners would be translated by Palestinians to some kind of a victory, that they managed to get what they wanted, and that Israel has for the first time lost in terms of the strategic war that has been fighting against Palestinians for 2 years.
Right. Well, thank you for breaking this down. I want to suggest that everybody follow Ramzy on Twitter and also seek out the book because it's quite correct that academics and researchers have been trying to raise the issue about Palestinian prisoners in captivity by Israel for a long time. It should not be October 7th that brought our attention to this, and if you really are rooting for humans and their freedom, you have to root for all humans, Israeli and Palestinians as well. So thank you as well for your time.
Thank you very much, Matt.
now it's time for Lefty's Losing It. And here is Harris County Judge and an incoherent Lefty losing it. Her name is Lena Hidalgo. And here she demands that no one politicises the murder of a 12-year-old Texan child, allegedly tortured and murdered by illegal immigrants. And she makes this demand while blaming Donald Trump for Biden's border crisis. Astonishing.
It efforts even more that they're being used as pawns in this fight over immigration that doesn't even exist because Biden and McConnell agree. It's just that Trump won't let him move it forward.
All due respect, Judge, you said this issue shouldn't be politicized, but by pointing the finger at former President Trump and Republicans in Congress, aren't you politicizing?
I think I answered the question. So, yeah, I mean, this is about Jocelyn. This is about her family, and if we want to, as I said, talk about immigration.
You didn't answer the question. Are you politicizing this? By pointing the finger at Republicans and saying it's their fault, not the fault of the Biden administration that lifted the remaining Mexico policies.
Again, the Biden administration reached an agreement with Leader McConnell to address this, but this is not about immigration. I'm not going to feed into that.
That woman who could barely string a sentence together.
No. Oh, it's fun. Second, they're brand new. Oh.
Welcome everyone to the Wake Up Call channel.
Jagmeet Singh continues his cross-country tour in Toronto today. The Russian press camera groceries for staples.
Jagmeet Singh, leader of the Democratic Party, is no stranger to the spotlight. But what happened on live TV recently left me stunned. Appearing on breakfast television, a show known for its progressive audience, Singh aimed to rally support for mutual record about corporate greed and the high cost of living.
These grocery store corporations are making some of the biggest profits they've ever seen in their history. So we're saying, well, that's unfair. It's
He left to do that, but instead of law, he found himself under fire and was involved in fighting for detectives. In a shocking turn of events, Singh was called out for his own lavish lifestyle, from his Rolex watch to his luxury car, exposing the glaring disconnect between words and his actions, which was a moment without leaving his supporters. Jagmeet Singh long positioned himself as a champion of people advocating for social justice. However, his leadership of the NDP has been anything but smooth. The party, which once held significant influence in Canadian politics, is now struggling to maintain relevance with only 22 seats in parliament. Meanwhile, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party, is gaining ground, capturing the attention of voters disillusioned with the current government. As Singh tries to rally support, his efforts are increasingly overshadowed by his own contradictions. After all, it's hard to preach against corporate greed when you're flaunting luxury watches and driving high-end cars. Jagmeet Singh's decision to appear on breakfast television, a well-known left-leaning and progressive morning show, was no accident. The appearance was part of a broader strategy to bolster his image as a leader who was in touch with the struggles of everyday people. However, this attempt to resonate with viewers fell flat, as Singh's polished image for her talking points only served to highlight his attachment to the real issue. It's hard to take Singh's populist rhetoric seriously, more concerned with his image than the real solutions.
With respect, though, the Liberals have lost 20 points nationally, but your party doesn't seem to have brought in close to the Liberal voter.
The NDP is find itself in various positions in politics. The NDP's decline reflects Singh's inability to inspire confidence or offer a vision to candidates. Singh seems more focused on protecting his political career than on revitalizing the party. A key part of Singh's political platform is his relentless focus on corporate particularly attack on those who were CEO, with the accused of exploiting Canadians with high prices while raking in record profits. Singh has made it clear he believes these corporations are profiting at the expense of ordinary Canadians, and he has called for measures such as price caps on essential goods like bread and baby formula.
Now we're saying, we know you're getting ripped off by big corporations. We want to fight back against them to actually give you a break. The Liberals under Justin Trudeau aren't doing enough. They've let you down. They failed you.
This anti-corporate stance is designed to resonate with voters who feel left behind by the current economic system. However, Singh's focus on corporations often comes across as more performative and practical, especially when contrasted with his own lavish lifestyle. It's ironic that Singh attacks CEOs while enjoying the perks of wealth and status himself. Singh wasted no time in advocating for a price cap on essential grocery store items like bread and baby formula, arguing that big corporations were unfairly inflating prices and profiting at the expense of ordinary Canadians. He painted a picture of struggling families who are forced to pay more for less, while grocery store CEOs enjoy record profits. Singh's message is clear. The rules are rigged in favor of the wealthy, and it's time to level the playing field.
Liberal voters, right? Not that so many people believe in Justin Trudeau's support. Walking the house from nowhere,
However, his usual rhetoric soon met an unexpected challenge, revealing the cracks in his argument. As the interview progressed, the TV reporter took a surprising turn, shifting the focus from corporate greed to Singh's personal wealth and the apparent hypocrisy of political stance. The reporter pointed out that Singh, who regularly criticizes his image, is himself a man of considerable means. His expensive Rolex watch, luxurious lifestyle, high-end vehicles were all brought to question. As the reporter asked how Singh incredibly attacked the wealthy while enjoying his same privileges, the confrontation was sharp and unexpected, leaving Singh visibly uncomfortable as he struggled to reconcile his anti-corporate rhetoric with his own financial choices. It's hard to take Singh's criticism of the rich seriously when he's clearly enjoying the perks of wealth himself. Caught off guard by the reporter's important questions, Singh attempted to steer the conversation back to his own talking points. He defended his focus to corporate greed by arguing that the real issue wasn't personal wealth, but the unfair practices of big corporations that are squeezing Canadian families. Singh tried to shift the blame to the government as well, suggesting that the Liberals have failed to hold these corporations accountable, and that his role is to fight for policies that benefit the average Canadian. Despite his efforts to regain control of the narrative, Singh's responses came off as deflective and unconvincing. The more he tried to justify his position, the more evident it became that his rhetoric doesn't match his reality. Singh's attempts to shift blame only highlight his inability to take responsibility for his own contradictions. The fallout from Jagmeet Singh's breakfast television interview was swift and unforgiving. leaving him as a hypocrite who, despite his rhetoric, is out of touch with the struggles of ordinary Canadians. Many found it difficult to reconcile his calls for economic justice with the reality of his personal wealth and luxury lifestyle. On social media, the reaction was even more intense. Platforms like Twitter, now known as X, lit up with criticism as users expressed their disapproval of Singh's perceived hypocrisy. Hashtags like #SelloutSingh quickly began trending, with many users mocking Singh for his contradictory stance on wealth and power. The interview clip was widely shared, accompanied by comments that ranged from disbelief to outright scorn.
This week, the Conservatives are taking aim at Jagmeet Singh. Their most recent attack ads brand the NDP.
Critics were particularly vocal about Singh's expensive taste in watches and cars, pointing out the irony of his anti-corporate stance given his own luxurious lifestyle. The online discourse made it clear that Singh's attempt to connect with voters had backfired. Been lying on Twitter lately. Go figure, I found something. So since 2020, Canada's economy has produced 1.2 million people jobs. There's more than 141% of jobs lost in the pandemic. That's a weird number. Fairness for every generation means more good paying jobs, especially medium jobs for Canadians. Now, before I go into what I said, I have to say that I do want to give another shout out to Northern Perspective, since we're about to hit a recession and we're bragging about the economy. we'll need a little bit of so again, shout out to Spectrum, great job, and check it out at the moment. They claim they're not journalists, but in my opinion, they're the best, some of the best in Canada to offer in terms of whether you want to call it journalism or political commentary, whatever you want to call it. Go check them out. So back to Christian Freedom. What I'm going to say about this ridiculous statement that she made was that wages are staggering. Another 41% job from lost, right? The whole 141%. And how do you recover the vote? And I think what am I missing here? $1 million. I also said that we need to negotiate higher wages. Bringing down the cost of living also causes this having to pay $60 insanely high rent prices, right? $19 an hour is the 15 years ago, I was renting an apartment in Burlington, Ontario, $750. If you make around $2,000 a month, you can afford it. That same apartment, by the way, right now, is about $1,600. I know that because I checked a few months ago. Okay, it's insane how much rent has gone up. So $19 an hour doesn't get you much anymore. It used to get you a lot. So yeah, you can take a good wage, like, $20 an hour. $20 an hour, especially for the last 20 years, has always been looked at like, okay, you're making pretty good money. Well, you're not really making pretty good money. If you're making 20, because they're taking it all. Rent's taking it all. Groceries, taxes, it's ridiculous. So, and like what the perspective said, it's like we're about to hit a recession. There's also a massive housing bubble that will burst, probably sometime in 2025. And you're bragging? It is weird, right? I mean, it's just, what do you expect, right? It's the Liberal NDP coalition. Every single person who belongs to that coalition is an absolute liar. We all know that. Well, I hope you all know that by now. Now, she also, it wasn't just one tweet. She embarrasses herself quite a bit these days. So, because Canada needs more homes. That's why we're going to build 4 million more of them. Housing starts on 16th in July. This is good news, and it's not worth putting home ownership back into each and every center. So, okay. Couple things here. Canada needs more homes. Yes. We also need a managed border. Yes. Okay. Then she also says we're going to build 4 million homes. Now, the Liberals have said they're going to do this in the next 4 to 5 years. Election, which I promised they not. But even if they did 4 million homes, they did the math on this. It's like a house or more than a house every minute. There's no way they're doing that. They would have to build 500,000, 600,000 houses every year. This is still like 200,000 this year. So they're just blatantly lying. The second part of this is this is good news and a step towards putting home ownership back and reaching younger generation. Why do you think this is put it out in the first if you go back and look at the chart of like rent prices, since they're but nothing like this. And we have seen housing prices, rent prices just more than double in the past 15 years. It's insane. If this happens again in the next 15 years, so instead of a 1,501 bedroom apartment, it's $3,000, we're screwed. If you don't have that much time left to really get this under control, else you're going to just wipe out an entire class of people. If you're in the middle class right now, you're on your way to being poor. Just like they want. And unfortunately, do I trust that Pierre Poilievre doesn't feel the exact same way? No, I don't. I do think that there has been a plan for a long time to get rid of the middle class so that you're either going to be rich or poor until six will be poor. I don't know if I believe Pierre Poilievre wants to see anything different. He says he does, which is great. He does pander a lot, but he's what he's saying, right? I'm still going to vote for him. I'm going to give him a chance. But he's got to make huge strides in terms of not just housing, affordable housing, managing the border, temporarily shutting it down. have so many more people that we can handle. We're the ones who get violent crimes, get rid of some of these tactics. There's a lot of work to do. There's some kind of work being done. You can make things strike the first year and a half, 2 years in this administration. If he gives crumbs, I hope he does. I know I sound really repetitive, but I don't fully trust him. I just don't trust any politician. The only politician I trust in all of North America, maybe even the world, is Robert Kennedy Jr. And if he's not running here in Canada, we don't have anyone like him here in Canada. So, unfortunately, the closest thing to that, the closest thing to me, is like a center-left kind of person, is the center-right, which is what Pierre Poilievre is pandering to. So again, hope he hears this. I would eventually love to meet him one day and kind of talk to him, ask him some difficult questions. But if he does hear this, it's just not him. I was really pumped that you hear what I'm saying, because millions of Pennsylvania Canadians are going to be saying the same thing once you get in the Prime Minister. What can they do to fix things? If you want to hear some plans, like what you're saying, please follow through. Make people like me trust politics. Don't know if you will. I don't know if you do. What do you guys in the comment section about Christopher Trudeau? What do you also think about Pierre Poilievre? I think those people's promises. And also, I agree with you I have to say about Christopher Trudeau, because it's been a while since I proper lying and embarrassing himself. But again, it's not good. Us lying and embarrassing himself. But you know, if you guys put it on our YouTube, you commenting on the
Oh, you doing the butcher
and
house?
also don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks again so much for watching, guys, and I'll be back shortly.
The first wave of AI tools has been quite lived up to the hype, especially in North America. Misconception that you could type a few words into a box and get automatically rewarded with marketed brilliance, as if AI were psychic and knew exactly what you wanted. AI works best when supported with human intelligence. If you want human output, you need human input. Brainiest is the first marketing AI platform for everyday business people. Brainiest lives up to the promise of AI because it focuses on what matters most, connecting brands and audiences and driving sales. Think of Brainiest as your do-everything AI marketing partner that helps you get more done in less time, so human creativity and innovation can truly flourish. Brainiest features custom outcomes for dozens of creative, strategic, and analytic functions. Generate marketing copy, images, and video. Predict ad performance, evaluate marketing strategies, receive actionable insights, all on a single AI platform. And you won't get bogged down with prompts. The work's already done. Every Brainiest outlet has a built-in framework that shows you precisely what it needs to deliver relevant, valuable, and useful results that moves you closer to your marketing goals. You can read it coaching or with just always smart.
Yeah, Richard always.
And see the difference for yourself. Sign up today for a free trial.
Thank you so much. And I also want to thank Charlie for the wonderful. One day, we have those words to go on, but we have secular mention. But if I find a document that says that the right something I should wait for, something that the president should create, and then all of this hold our pockets and everything in our life. that has allowed us to get critical of the world for a record time. Just on Facebook. And there's a good one is a big bag. The bag of the number 2 is really simple. One of the I am an expert marketer, and I shot several times. Several times. And to set up in the subway to the boat, the presence of the man who is percentage of the relationship with God. Yeah, stand forward. Stand forward.
69 miles from that same spot. Got to do that from the top. I'm going to be entrance to because you got to stop before I'm good. So ground is awesome. Look for it. You know, well, when I was 14, well, I was wondering because I know
And it was very difficult. He'd grown a lot of new vessels into the area. And under the microscope, I mean,
Okay.
Looking back over the last 9 years, it's pretty clear we messed up big time. We handed the keys to the country to a guy who's never had to worry about making ends meet. Justin Trudeau was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and it shows. Think about it. Has this guy ever had to choose between paying the heating bill or putting food on the table? His idea of a tough decision was probably picking which designer suit to wear to his next photo op. Meanwhile, regular folks are out here breaking their backs just to keep their heads above the chaos. And it's becoming increasingly clear that people are taking notice. The latest polls reveal a troubling trend for Trudeau and the Liberals. With support dwindling to less than a quarter of the population, it's clear that Canadians are losing faith in Trudeau's ability to address the nation's problems. Nearly half of Canadians report living paycheck to paycheck, with a majority believing the country is in a recession. This economic anxiety is reflected in the new 29% satisfaction rate with Trudeau's government. Trudeau's messy words and nice hair just aren't cutting it anymore.
Canadians are losing sleep over skyrocketing living costs, the housing crisis, and the healthcare system that's falling apart. And these are the same areas where Trudeau's Liberals are really dropping the ball. Meanwhile, the Conservatives, led by Pierre Poilievre, are gaining traction as the go-to problem solvers. Now, let's talk about Pierre Poilievre for a moment. He's on the rise, with 42% of Canadians giving him the thumbs up, while Trudeau is struggling with a mere 25% approval rating. When it comes to who Canadians want as their next PM, Poilievre is nearly doubling Trudeau's numbers. This isn't just a rejection of Trudeau, it's a full-blown embrace of the alternative. Let's be crystal clear, this isn't just a case of the Conservatives benefiting from Trudeau's unpopularity. Canadians have taken a good hard look at Poilievre, listened to what he's selling, and they're buying it. We're talking about support across the board. Men, women, city slickers, country folk alike. They're even making waves in Quebec, which is pretty wild if you think about it. In any normal political climate, numbers like these would have a leader packing their bags, giving their party a chance to regroup. However, Trudeau's apparent reluctance to do so raises questions about his political judgment and the Liberal Party's strategy moving forward. Here's the real kicker, though. Trudeau doesn't have the answers to Canada's problems, because he's the one who created them in the first place. It takes a special kind of talent to screw things up this badly. The mess Trudeau's leaving behind, we'll be cleaning that up for years. As Canadians increasingly realize that the man they once saw as a beacon of hope has become the architect of their frustrations, one thing is abundantly clear: Trudeau's not the solution. He's the problem.
We are pursuing an energy policy generated by low-resolution thinking, Marxism out of ideologues that will not only impoverish our populace by making energy unreasonably expensive. Have you noticed, Canadians, when you fill up your unnecessary vehicles at the pump? But it will only increase the probability that countries such as China will have to rely on coal to produce electricity instead of accessing, say, our plentiful natural gas. And that will therefore make the carbon dioxide burden borne by the atmosphere instead of lesser. And in the aftermath of the Dutch farmer protests, if we are trying to reduce the absolute levels of the greenhouse gas nitrous oxide produced by those who grow our crops, that's food, folks. Regardless of the amount of those crops produced in consequence. And doing that by threat and focus, instead of working with the farmers to find mutually acceptable and truly sustainable economic and environmental solutions.
The very survival of about 4 billion people, so after its depends in no small part on the being of ammonia. Ammonia is primarily derived from natural gas. And so what that means is that not just on the energy front, but the very food that is potentially half the world's population is a direct consequence of the cheap and easy accessibility of natural gas. And so what's the idea here? That we're supposed to reduce our emission of fossil fuels? We're going to do on the ammonia front. To drive the price of fertilizer ever more skyward? Well, if we do that, because that would be the consequence of reducing the plentiful supply of natural gas, if we do that, then what will happen is, clearly, food will get more expensive, so energy, food will definitely get more expensive. And so, what that will do...
Green Man's gone super hard to keep up where he is enough.
Whoa. I am normally all in on the legal and moral and make this subliminal advertising, but not when it messes with my trailer. Got it? That's worse than subliminal. All reviews. And there it is. Upwards, yes. No problem.
It's the highlight of the summer. What's not to love? mortgage loan pricing, duplex, or repayments.
It's that huge swath of the world's population that's living on the edge where they can just right now afford enough to feed themselves so they don't suffer the consequences of nutritional privation or even die. A huge proportion of those people are going to be taken back into absolute poverty. Their children are going to be stuck in this social life, and they might well starve.
Now, Trudeau's government just got $7 massive capital plans on Turkey. Calling it generational investment, promising jobs and a whole bunch of spinners. Sounds pretty sweet on paper, right? But here's where it gets sweet. This isn't just some pocket change we're talking about. We're talking $700 billion up front, and potentially up to $13 billion in production subsidies. That's not chump change, folks. Now, Trudeau and his crew are patting themselves on the back, saying they had to do this or lose out to the Americans. But you've got to wonder, are we getting a good deal here, or are we just being taken for a ride? Enter Pierre Poilievre. He's calling this whole thing a waste of money, and frankly, he's got a point. I mean, $13 billion for a foreign corporation? That's a lot of money that could be spent elsewhere. He's asking the tough questions like, how long is it going to take for taxpayers to see their money back? And what about the jobs we might lose in other sectors because of this massive spending spree? Good questions, if you ask me. Now Trudeau's team is claiming we'll recoup our investment in 5 years. Yeah, right. And I've got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. Look, I'm not saying it won't happen, but government projections and reality often have a, let's say, strained relationship. Meanwhile, Trudeau's out there defending this deal like it's the last Tim Hortons in Canada. He's all about the future of EVs and jobs. And sure, maybe he's onto something. But at what cost? Are we mortgaging our future for investment in the EV market? And get this, while he's throwing billions at Volkswagen, he's also tossing $44 million at Goodyear for a plant expansion. 200 new jobs. Wow, where's that going? I mean, every job counts, but when you're trading millions for a couple hundred gigs, you've got to wonder if you're getting the short end of the hockey stick here. The real kicker? Trudeau's out there on TV bragging about these deals like he's just solved world hunger. He really seems to think Canadians are going to wake up one day and realize he's been right all along. Yeah, right. And of course, you can't resist taking a swing at Poilievre saying the Conservatives wouldn't have made these investments. But Poilievre delivers a solid comeback, talking about Canadian workers being the best in the world, deserving good pay, and a PM who'll protect them from overseas competition with lower standards. Look, at the end of the day, we're left with more questions than answers. Is this EV investment going to pay off? Are we mortgaging our future for a few thousand jobs? Or is this really the key to Canada's economic path forward? One thing's certain, this debate is far from finished, and with how things are shaping up, it's bound to get a lot more intense before it settles. This political showdown has only just begun.
It is very interesting to see a sort of
C'est pedophile Joe Biden.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, ноги поплавили, січні косили. Байрактар. Байрактар. Російські танки сховалися через Чубан. Через Атомську сторону. Байрактар.
有意用父母。
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt. And welcome back to day 906 of the news. That's good to see you all once again as elite Russian forces are bravely forces in Kursk, and also Ukraine advances very rapidly more into Russian territory. Good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine. As we have got major news today, the Ukrainian mechanized forces near to the area of Volga have been able to engage and destroy foreign elements of the 810th Russian Naval Infantry Brigade that has been trying to hold back from the defenses all the way through the area of the Plovsky district and Lyubomovka as of today, with footage and proof of the 810th forces from what we can understand about a battalion-sized element routing from the field. Several company commanders were captured, and it seems that it was a massive success today. Even the Russian forces that are desperately being brought in incredibly large numbers at this point, including the elite 810th Naval Infantry Brigade, are facing incredibly large issues with the Ukrainian advance even as of today. It is a major news. And of course, once again showing us that these wins north of the probably area and fortified the Russian defenses and then prepare for a counterattack later on in the future. They still cannot stop the Ukrainian armed forces from being able to get decisive victories on these forces and continue their push deeper into the area of the Kursk Oblast. We were also able to get major confirmation today and news that the bridge at Semeno is no longer usable. This was confirmed today. We had already gotten reports about this yesterday and had mentioned those as a footnote, but we have been able to get picture evidence today confirming that the bridge at Semeno has been largely destroyed and has been rendered unusable except for foot traffic, largely meaning that the Russian forces, the near battalion-sized element south of the Rekha is now surrounded completely by the Ukrainian forces and have really no viable route of retreat except for the pontoon bridge about a mile and a half east of the town of Plovdiv. Not only that, we also got major news throughout the entirety of the area of Suchi. We were able to finally get video footage of the Ka-52, or one of the Ka-52s that was shot down at the very opening of the offensive. Now, you're also able to see that the Ukrainians have captured 4 main battle tanks of the Russian armed forces that have been abandoned on the battlefield. At the exact same time, we've also been getting news from inside of Chechnya that the Chechens have unveiled a brand new, incredibly scary kind of a technical that may be used inside of Kursk incredibly soon, bringing an electrifying presence to the battlefield. Not only that, we've been able to also hear that the Ukrainian forces had a lot of interesting location reports today. I actually had to bring that up. We very rarely bring that up in the pre-stream summary. But it was engineered through an anti-tank line today that was long. The results were quite shocking. Make sure to stick around for about the 30-minute mark in the stream to check that out, because it's pretty wild. Not only that, we did get to see some pretty wild battles going on around the area of Kharkov as well, and not only that, we did get to hear that a Russian drone shot down
by one of the Ukrainian S-300 systems active around Kherson. But we have a really large amount of news to cover today. Quite a bit, but all of it largely being focused either inside the Kursk offensive, inside of Ukraine, and the only piece of news that we have that is part of those is the one we have in Chechnya. But moving us on into that main news tonight, Lamovka, despite what we saw today, it was a massive change from the north. Many people will remember that this area has been one of the most difficult fronts for the Ukrainians to advance in so far. While the Ukrainians have been having fairly decent success within the directions of Snigolsk, Voronezh, and Konstantin on the side of their offensive, the defensive directions at Lamovka and even down in the Polotsk district have proved to be a little bit more challenging than those out in the west. That is largely because the 800 and naval infantry brought into this area of the Oblast a little bit earlier on in the offensive around the third or fourth day, and was able to properly deploy their forces into the area, and then began to meet the Ukrainian forces and start to inflict a decent amount of casualties onto advancing columns, which we were able to mention over the past few days, and once again showing that offensive action has largely come to a stop. From what we saw today, however, the Ukrainians have started to allocate a large amount of their combat power, more so their firepower, into the specific direction of the front line and started to take off the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade head-on. We actually have a little bit of information about the 810th Guards Naval Infantry Brigade. This is actually as a matter of fact, I want to put this out there, this is one of the few naval infantry brigades that is directly connected to the Black Sea Fleet. Now, a lot of people know that the Black Sea Fleet is a laughing stock of the sport. It's taken incredibly high losses to a country that largely has not had a navy. But I cannot emphasize enough the renown, the historical renown that there has been for Black Sea Fleet naval infantry. Black Sea Fleet naval infantry are considered some of the most elite infantry fighting forces of the Russian Federation and the Soviet Union throughout most of its history. The Black Sea Fleet's naval infantry proved itself with great valor during the Battle of Sevastopol in World War II, and also in multiple engagements throughout the rest of the Great Patriotic War, which is what the Soviet Union calls World War II. The 810th Separate Guards Order of Sukhov Naval Infantry Brigade, named for the 60th anniversary of the Soviet Union, which is the full name of the brigade. It's pretty damn long. Beyond that, it was founded in 1967, so this brigade was not specifically around for the actual Second World War, but it was created out of the Black Sea Naval Infantry. And this unit is considered to be one of the best that there is inside of the Russian Federation, even still. And it has quite a pretty heavy hands, really, in the actions that unfolded from 2014 up to the invasion of Ukraine. It was the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade that actually drove out of the port of Sevastopol and annexed the entire Crimean Peninsula back in 2014. That was the brigade that did it. This unit is considered by many, and it's also considered by myself, largely by the analysis of them throughout their history, to be one of Russia's best infantry units. But they still, somehow, someway, could not go up against the mighty firepower of the Ukrainian Mechanized Brigade that was largely equipped with Western equipment. We were able to see a small group that we've been able to associate to the battle that happened in this area today. We got to see Ukrainian Stryker engaging Russian forces in the distance, the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade, in this clip. Another one of that. They're putting down some. The battle, while we see this one, did have some mechanized distance. They, of course, had heavier armor within this mechanized brigade, including some main battle tanks. From what we understand, those main battle tanks being used in this direction are largely either some sort of a T-72 variant, a T-64, or a T-80. Nevertheless, the firepower that the Ukrainians were able to leverage against the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade's forward combat battalions or combined armed battalions in this area today proved to be far too much, as it turned out that over the course of a few hours, most of the command staff of these units, the field operative officers actually commanding these companies, had either been killed or had actually been captured in rapid Ukrainian advances in this area. And we were able to see that for the first time ever that we've been able to document on video picture evidence, the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade certainly broke off the battlefield and began to go into a full-scale rout, at least on a battalion-sized level within the brigade. The 810th Naval Infantry Brigade, much like many other brigades, is made up of around 12 brigades, with 4 to 6 of those being combined arms brigades meant to actually engage and fight enemy forces, and the other remaining battalions are meant to support and sustain the enduring action that the other 6 combined arms battalions would actually be undergoing. But we can see in this clip right here, filmed by the 225th Battalion, which is a part, I believe, of the 173rd Territorial Defense Force, which is a mechanized brigade, we can see these Russian naval infantry going into a full rout, running from their positions and fleeing for the hills for the large part.
I've heard rumors that when they run behind their lines, they try to flee like this, the Chechens are waiting to take them out. Is that true?
I've heard that as well. I feel like we have heard that, but I've heard that as well. I can't really confirm that too much because we haven't gotten enough video or picture evidence to really confirm that, but there is reason to believe that the Akhmat is being used as some sort of a barrier force a little bit behind the lines. But moving on from that clip, we did get to see this as well. This was something that was very interesting. This is one of the company commanders from the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade, and we can see that according to the watermarks of the stamps, it seems as though the 225th Battalion, which is a attached combined arms battalion of the 173rd Territorial Defense Force, which is a mechanized brigade, appears to be the one that engaged the 810th Brigade and ended up routing about a battalion-sized element off the field in this direction. Once again, we can corroborate that because the watermark on the last video showing the 810th in route, and this video showing this company commander, one of the company commanders that had been captured, both have the watermark of the 225th Battalion on it. This is also suggesting that out of the 173rd Brigade, the 225th Battalion probably played a very large role today in the actual engagement that ended up with the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade's combat battalions running for the hills at the end of the battle. So, moving on from that, here is this clip, and this is once again confirmed in the video to be one of the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade's company commanders. While you can't hear the guy, he did specifically mention that he was a company commander of one of the elements that was involved in that firefight and that he ended up surrendering. From what we understand, the Ukrainians ended up conducting another shock and awe sort of an attack in this battle, trying to make sure that they overwhelmed the enemy forces with superior firepower, rapidly closed the distance, while of course these forces were largely being shocked by the large volume of artillery fire, and then engaged them at close distance, breaking their lines of communication, breaking through their lines, and also ending up encircling some elements of the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade's forward forces, including this one company commander and several other soldiers as well. We didn't get video or picture evidence yet of a large amount of prisoners being taken in this battle. We're still waiting for that to come out because usually this stuff may take about a day or two for all of this to surface and us to have all of the information of this one specific battle that happened in this area. But from what we can tell, this is a massive success, and it is once again showing us something very important. Up until this point, especially in the areas around Klishtardo, really everywhere west of Sucha, we have seen that the Russians do not have a viable defensive force within this area even yet. Most of the forces that are in the Korenino direction specifically appear to be made up of conscript forces, either raised from Russian Rosgardia or raised from the Russian Army's regular forces, but moved into the area and, of course, conscript based have incredibly low morale. For this reason, we see that a large amount of prisoners are taken at a consistent rate in this direction, and that the fighting abilities of these units appear to be greatly weak as well. Largely, these are considered a blocking force or a cover force, well, more so a cover force than a blocking force, because a blocking force
means that they're completely stopping any kind of an advance at really all costs. In reality, at best, the forces that have been dedicated to the Korenivo direction by the Russians can be best described as a cover force because they can engage and attack Ukrainian forces, but they do not have the morale, the means, or the firepower to really stop an advance. They only have the ability to try and slow it. So more so of a cover than any kind of a blocking force, or actually, let me get it right. A screening force more so than a cover force. That's probably the better way to describe that, as I think I'm getting my terminology all mixed up right there because I'm trying to go through this, trying to think about what I'm saying 3 sentences ahead. But beyond that, unlike the area near Korenivo and the Korenivo direction as a whole, and also the area south of Glazgovo, where there's extremely small amounts of Russian resistance in the terms of available Russian forces in number, which is only about the battalion size, which is about 70 guys, over here in the area in between Ulyu, Malkin, and all the way down to Malaya, apparently the entire 210 people in the brigade, and it's about 12 battalions, are stretched out into this area at the moment. They have been trying to conduct some fairly considerable defensive efforts. They're not trying to conduct screens. They're actually trying to conduct covers or largely blocking for making advances. So far, they actually have been able to achieve that largely within the local direction, as we have seen that over some of the past few days, Ukrainian forces have been taking higher losses in this area and have not been advancing too far over their actual contact. This is a very big day because of that reason. It's Ukrainians definitely were hitting the 8% people in the brigade incredibly hard until today, and they hit them hard enough that, from what we understand, an entire battalion ended up collapsing from their positions and routing from the front line, fairly large down in the area, and also allowing for some routing from the company level to have probably given them a much better idea after they interrogate these prisoners of war, the kind of force composition that the 810th Naval Infantry Brigades and battalions, the combined armed battalions have, their defensive strategies, and probably a little bit of a larger overview of where these Russian forces actually are spread out and where some of the stronger points of their defense may be. And all of this will help the Ukrainians later on, and Ukrainian commanders in higher echelons, to be able to battle plan accordingly and make sure that they attack the Russians in their weakest and most vulnerable points on this defensive line that the 810th is on, instead of the strongest points, and then finding that out through trial and error. But still, today it was an absolutely, incredibly, wildly good day in this direction. And it is showing that this front may end up having even more advances that we haven't heard about yet, but I'm expecting we'll probably hear about sometime on in the future. But moving on from that, and on over into probably the other biggest piece of news that we have from this area today, this brings us down to the Glazgovo-Zivano area. And I just got to tell y'all, it's beautiful. It's absolutely incredible. Because yesterday, I talked about how the Glazgovo bridge had been knocked out, and how this is going to have a huge, unbelievable impact on the Russian Federation Armed Forces south of the Russian Sea. And a lot of people, not many people here on this channel, but a lot of people in the comment section of the video that was put out yesterday were saying, oh, of course, we don't talk about the bridge, it's still operational. I had already gotten information at that point. The bridge had largely damaged to the point it was unusable, but I didn't have any particular video evidence to confirm that as of yesterday. But I still went with the report that this bridge had already been under significant fire and had been largely damaged beyond the point of usability, and so I went with that story yesterday, although a lot of people wanted to say that that's not true at all, and that makes absolutely no sense, although logically, the commander in the area wouldn't just try and piecemeal knock out one bridge at a time. They would knock out one bridge and ensure that the other paths of retreat are most likely unusable or completely gone. And so we went with that statement yesterday. It turned out that that statement was absolutely true, because we were able to get picture evidence today that the bridge at Zavano is completely out for anything beyond pedestrian traffic. This is a picture of the bridge as it sits today. From what we understand, this hand was completed yesterday when I made the statement that this bridge was also under fire and was also largely knocked out as well, although not technically destroyed. We can also see right here the bridge in Zavano, and if you want any further confirmation, you can zoom down into the area around the bridge in Zavano, and you can see that the picture was taken from this side of the bridge, south of the Legacy, looking north. As you can see, the larger field beyond. You can also see this hill that's further back here. Well, actually further back here, right up here. In the picture, that is right back there. And you can also see the end of this tree line over here, which is just right here. And you can see the beginning of the other tree line over here to the far right, right over here. So this is in fact the bridge that's, and we were able to get that dead on the nail. The bridge has been completely knocked out for any kind of vehicular traffic. Now, foot traffic is still possible, at least on the small part of the bridge. On the eastern side, that still exists. Well, actually, yeah, that is the eastern side. You can still walk across that, although it's not heavily advised, and you're not really going to be getting a lot of people across that bridge. And you need a small given moment of time. It'll take quite a while to get 700 Russian soldiers across pretty much what we can describe as a small footbridge at this point. And it probably can't support a lot of weight either. And even still, this small part of the span may be compromised to the point it's really unusable as well. But this is
also, what do you think they're using to hit these bridges? Because I can't tell, but I've heard some people saying it could be attackable or maybe regular artillery, but what's causing it to be a massive hole? Because I know it looks like the bridge is constructed probably out of like timber or something like that, and then a layer of asphalt on top of it, but that's a huge hole. So what do you think the weapon is they're using? You heard that one of them maybe the GBU-39, I'll go pull up the picture of that because we have an infantry the Ukrainian Air Force is active in the area at the moment. It is conducting airstrikes, but from what we know, the GBU small diameter bomb picture here may be one of the bombs that is being used at the moment to strike these bridges. They're not incredibly big, they are a small diameter bomb, so it's not an incredibly large payload or an incredibly large warhead. To give a bit of an idea, the warheads are usually just about over 100 pounds in size, which are the larger ones, and even still, they're even smaller in some other cases, being about 50 pounds. But beyond that, we have believed that this may be a fairly common bomb that is being used to try and knock out these bridges. Another one that has been put out is that it's the M855. No, it's not the M855. It's the Excalibur. Would it be a JDAM? You know, like a JDAM the 2,000 pound bomb?
Yeah, because while those would certainly be big enough to knock them out, we don't believe that it's going to be something that the Ukrainian Air Force can use, because they probably have to drop that at a pretty considerable altitude to be able to get that bomb to glide all the way to the target. So that one's largely being excluded right now. But there has been some argument that these bridges are being damaged a little bit by M982 Excaliburs fired 155mm artillery pieces off in the distance near Snegosky. This is not really that likely of an option, considering that the explosive mass of one of these shells is about 100 kilograms, I believe. It's not that heavy. Actually, it's only about 12 pounds for the actual warhead weight, so it's not really that heavy of an amount. It could cause damage, sure, but we don't really think it would be enough to cause structural damage. These kinds of rounds are usually used against lighter targets like infantry or vehicles or something along those lines that can be pierced in this fairly easily. Another one that we had heard is, of course, the HIMARS. This one has a lot of credibility behind the story because, from what we understand, the M142 HIMARS and its M39 and M40 rockets it posed considerable damage and usually a lot of considerable destruction to the kind of bridges that we've seen in this area. So this seems to be one of the more likely stories that we're seeing. So it could be that M142 HIMARS are firing at the bridges with M39 and M40 GMLRS rockets, and then later on a GBU-39 or some other simpler form of airdrop ordnance is used to finish off these bridges. But that's largely what we're thinking at the moment.
Interesting. Also, I saw someone on Twitter today saying, I know Twitter's not a very good source, but is it possible that the JASSM is being used here? Because I don't think Ukraine has the ability to use that inside of Russia at the moment because there's restrictions on it. But could that be like the shape of like what a JASSM would look like on the bridge?
Let's see here. Let me see what the warhead size of that is. It is. Oh my goodness. It's 1,000 pounds. No, it's a 1,000 pound bomb. That's actually pretty big. Let's see here. What is the range of this thing? We need to find out a lot of information on this. So 230 miles? I would doubt it. Because this is so close to the Ukrainian border. I don't really think we want to waste a longer range missile like that or a longer range kind of. Yeah, it is. I don't think they would want to use a longer range missile like that on the bridge and just go over the 7-0 because from the border, just saying that they dropped it from the border it's only 7 miles away from the border. You can actually fire at that with 155mm artillery piece, 15 miles away with an Excalibur. You pretty deep inside the terrain at that point. So I would not think that the JASSMs are being used, because it'd be a very inefficient way to use such a long-range missile with such a large warhead. They're probably using smaller weapons that have much shorter ranges instead.
I'll have to agree with that as well. And also, like I said, I think there are restrictions on it, so it probably couldn't be used. But I just wanted to bring that up because I saw a lot of people questioning that earlier. I would doubt that greatly, in my opinion. I would really take that to the bank, because it seems like we have to remember that while Ukraine does have quite a large amount of incredibly interesting and incredibly cool weapons that the West has provided to them, at the same time, there are economics at play in the middle of the war. You can't always use a JASSM missile or a Storm Shadow missile to hit every single target. It doesn't make any sense in the end. Because a Storm Shadow, so let's say that a Storm Shadow hit this bridge, because that's a missile that we're all fairly familiar with. The Storm Shadow costs about $3 million per unit, and it has about a 250 miles range. So if we're saying that this thing is only 7 miles into Russia, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to use this missile that potentially could hit a target 250 miles away, and it costs about $3 million per shot. We wouldn't waste that on something that is 7 miles into the area around Russia, particularly around Pskovo. We would probably use something a lot cheaper. We would either just bombard it heavily with artillery rounds from M777s, there we go. I was trying to think of the name, Caesar, or any kind of 155mm artillery piece, or we would hit them with small diameter bombs dropped by an aircraft, because flight time per hour on an aircraft, and also the cost of that bomb, is still cheaper than firing a JASSM at the same time. Not only that, it's just cheaply more economical. There's a larger amount of CQ-39s in Ukraine right now than there would be JASSM, Storm Shadows, or Tango's. So once again, it's using what is available and what would be best suited for the mission, instead of just trying to use the biggest and most impressive thing every single time. Because if you use, like, let's say you had one Storm Shadow missile, right, and you hit that bridge in Pskovo, well, you hit that target that was only 8 miles into Russia, really from any direction that you're at, either whether it's from Snegorsk or actually from the Ukrainian-Russian border, you hit that thing with a $3 million missile with a 250-mile range. So the next time you want to attack the first bridge, then you only have GQ-39s. The GQ-39s only have a 50 to 140-pound warhead, and they have to be airdropped onto their target, meaning that they have a much shorter range than the JASSM would, meaning that a strike on the perch is now impossible, because you use the weapon that would have hit the perch bridge on something that you could push the GQ-39 on instead. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense at all to use the JASSM or any kind of a larger weapon like that. We're assuming it's something a lot more conventional, like we're talking about a moment ago. But nevertheless, moving on from that, we also did get to see, speaking of GQ-39s, that some of the Russians near Sapunov actually were hit today by GQ-39s dropped from MiG-29s in the area. So once again, blocked the validity that it would probably may have been a GQ-39 that was dropped onto the bridge that ended up at all. And we can see those little GQ-39s hitting right there, two of them simultaneously.
They've got some poison punching powder on power. Yeah, powder. Just punching powder.
And I'll tell you what, man, that punching powder, though, I'm just fighting punching powder. But if you can do that, that's the force nice to see the GQ-39s on the Russian force in the area, and hopefully close and get a decent amount of damage, at least in the small Russian garrison, that for some reason is still south of the Rekizet, and it's not like we are currently at a loss to explain why they are not retreating. There is no chance of any kind of resupply effectively happening at this point, and reinforcements arriving to fortify their positions. We do not know why the order has not been issued for the military north of Rekizet. From what we know, the entire battalion held unit that is to the south of the Rekizet is still there at the moment. So waiting to see actually engage forces. They're not going to turn into a guerrilla fighter. That's for sure. They'll probably just end up surrendering as or get forces destroyed or completely destroyed the fighting that's soon to follow. But still, a little interesting to note that they haven't actually left the area yet. But moving on from that fine punching powder, we're now moving on to the area of Borodino, where we actually got to see a Ukrainian soldier drive through Borodino and showing that some heavy fighting has happened in this area, and apparently the Ukrainians and the Russians may have been considerable amount of artillery during the fight inside of Koreneva. Yeah, it's going through some tough times.
And that's crazy. You see all the Russian soldiers surrendering day after day, and you see those. It's like, it seems like they're putting up some, but it's not enough to like ward off the Ukrainians from advancing. It's kind of weird to see this kind of destruction, and also the wall now of surrendering is happening.
Yeah, from what we know, most of the surrenders are happening around the wooded areas, more so the rural areas. In some of the towns, we are seeing some effective resistance being made, and I'm supposing that's because the Ukrainians aren't able to maneuver as rapidly and quickly and overwhelm and surround Russian forces inside of the towns as easily as they do out in the countryside surrounding the towns, showing that maneuver warfare appears to be the most advantageous option right now in this offensive, although it seems as though they really don't have many options, especially around Koreneva, because the western flank of the town is right near the Reka Sim, so there's really no flanking action to be had there. And not only that, to the eastern flank, there are some choke points that would be seen at Vitrino and Dorovka because of the lakes that exist in this area, meaning that the Russians still wouldn't really be outflanked that easily around Koreneva. Their defenses may actually stand an okay chance still because of the natural geography of the area. But moving on from that, we also got to see that inside of Koreneva, some Ukrainians took the chance to actually put their feet on and stamp on the Russian coat of arms that's sitting in the middle of the street. I got to say, that's actually a pretty cool picture. The picture goes hard.
It does go hard. They can use it as a nice rug. Just wipe the butt off everything like that. Just use it as your daily rug of mat.
Man, I gotta say, it is beautiful right there. And of course, I hope that we get to see even more stuff like this. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible to see. Good to know that the Ukrainians are making sure to clean their feet with some of the best floor mats you've ever seen. The seal of the Russian Federation. An incredibly high honor to wipe one's feet on. But moving on from that into our next clip, we also got to see another striker in the Kursk Oblast. This one was South Koreneva, from what we know, and we can also see a Russian babushka riding around on a bike, passing by this Ukrainian striker right here. She appears to be fairly happy. It doesn't seem like she's really that mentally disturbed by the Ukrainians showing up here and doing what they're doing. Kind of just seems like she's chilling. So good on her, and not only that, this striker also has the automated 50 caliber turret, meaning that the entire crew can stay inside the vehicle, protected from harm, and operate the 50 BMG without actually having to have an operator physically holding and firing the M2 that's on top of it. So that's actually pretty cool to see. But there is one kind of a striker that I'll be entirely honest with y'all. I hate that the Ukrainians didn't get it, and so let me see if I can go get this one here and show it to y'all. And let me scroll down a little bit. It is really cool, and when y'all see it, y'all will know what I mean. And I'm still trying to find. Here we go. This one. This one, from what I remember, has a 30mm Bushmaster in the turret, so it actually has more firepower than a Bradley's main gun, which is a 25mm Bushmaster. So this thing is actually pretty easy and has a decent amount of firepower. Of course, at this point, though, it's largely changed from being an IFV, an infantry fighting vehicle, and it's more so moved on into the category of being something of a light support vehicle or a light tank, or a light wheeled tank, if you want to call it that, although that's a bit of a stretch. But still, it is a pretty interesting, pretty neat vehicle. I hate to see that the United States never gave them any of these. From what we know, they gave them every variant of the Striker except for this one, because we've never seen any picture or video evidence confirming the existence of these Strikers inside of Ukraine. But these certainly would be adding a lot of firepower to any kind of mechanized brigades that these will be integrated into. And I would hope that we can see some of these eventually arrive in Ukraine at some point in the future. Let me see if it
also, not to mention, they look really cool too. Like the design of that thing is really sick looking compared to the other vehicles that they've got in the past.
Dude, 100%. I'm trying to see if I can find another picture here really quickly. Also, here's the MGS, the Striker Mobile Gun System. This thing was largely considered a failure, sadly, but I thought it was incredibly cool. Let me show you right here real quick. That thing was incredible. I mean, this was...
What's that orange stuff on the back, though? Is that, I can't see it from here. Is that gas cans or something?
I think it's some kind of like a safety flag thing that they put on the back of the turret.
Oh. Okay, yeah. I was about to say, that's a weird place to put gas cans. That'd be like a really, really bad spot to get hit by the enemy, but, you know, it's just a safety flag. What do you know? I can't see that well. It's like a little dot on the screen over there.
It's just simply for safety, Matthew. But nevertheless, this thing had a 105mm gun. The entire thing was automated. It had an autoloader inside of the turret. But from what was said about this vehicle that led to it being a failure is that the autoloader was fairly finicky and ended up failure to load.
Interesting. I hate to hear that too.
I mean, this thing was incredibly cool. It would be neat to see some of these going into Ukraine. There's only 142 of them were made, and it has been retired due to operational deficiencies. And so, why not let the Ukrainians take on just a small part of these operational deficiencies and get the kind of light firepower that a mechanized brigade would really love to have? But still, failure to load is very serious because we go into battle and fire the main gun and then it attempts to reload and the autoloader fails to load the main gun. The vehicle could turn at that point into just another striker, and it could be in a fairly rough situation at that point, meaning that it probably will end up being destroyed. But still, a pretty neat system, and I think that the Army was on to something with this, but then they decided, just to kind of like tell you all the full circle of this thing, they then decided to actually invest money into a weapons development research program to actually develop a real light tank to fill the light tank role of the Army, and now they've ended up creating the M10 Booker, which is the new light tank that the Army is going to be adopting over the next few years.
I'll be honest with you, this is a little bit, why is it so low or something? Something about it, the proportions are off, like it's a little too low or something. From that angle, it doesn't look too bad. The other angle looks pretty rough.
Well, these things are supposed to have a lower profile, be lighter armor, and be a lot more mobile while also having considerable firepower, because these things are meant to operate with a lighter units like a mechanized or a motorized brigade instead of a armored brigade where speed isn't really the necessity, it's more about firepower at that point.
Well, I like it.
I think it's pretty cool, and also the fact that this thing can get up to a top speed of 45 miles per hour as a light tank, that is actually pretty impressive as just a matter of fact. A lot of light tanks can't get up to that kind of speed, so this thing is considered incredibly fast, at least for its size category. Not only that, the main gun, if I'm correct, is a 105 millimeter main gun. So this thing actually is pretty punchy for a light tank. It is hardly less powerful than an Abrams in terms of firepower. The original Abrams actually were introduced into service with a 105 millimeter main gun instead of a 120 millimeter main gun, like all the M1A1 and the M1A2 variants have in the modern. So this is actually pretty solid, but that's a whole rabbit hole for another time. Just talking about light vehicles and the ones that we gave to Ukraine, the kind of stuff that we could see there if someone would just give it to them. Of course, I wouldn't give them the M10 Booker, that's brand new, and there's probably a lot of proprietary technology in the design like that we wouldn't want possibly falling into Russian hands, but maybe a striker with a 30mm Bushmaster turret, I mean, that wouldn't be that bad. I think that would be incredibly good, and that would really give the Ukrainians a little bit of that extra punch and power, you know what I mean? But,
yeah. You're not going to let me live that one down. That's going to become like the loose screen thing from now on.
Man, it was good, though. I liked it, man. Punch and powder actually sounds really cool for some reason, but moving on to trademark, though. Man, we're going to have to trade it. We're going to have to trademark and copyright it, man. Get into the go. I've got that punch and powder. I don't want to steal it at all. Man, I'm telling you. But anyways, we did get to see more Russian versions taken into Kromsky area today as well. Dude, well, this guy, I don't know what kind of a cat that is, but it's interesting. Yes,
Anybody else find it kind of interesting that the devil keeps taking these guys captive? Like, it's the devil every time, like on these videos. Like, he's told us, look what I got today.
Man, I'm telling you what, man, if only one of these guys had a fiddle, I mean, the devil went down for him soon. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a mine. He was way behind. He was looking to make a deal. And he saw an old Russian sitting on an English drum playing a tune, and he came up to him. He had like do like the whole song and everything, like making like we survived. These guys would still lose, but nevertheless, at least the devil would have a little bit of a run for the money. But dude, I would need to be a Russian, and you know, I go, don't shoot, I surrender, and someone across the way goes, oh yeah, I'll be like, oh no, never mind, I don't surrender, I don't give up. Like the devil's over there.
We'll have to go against Catarog's men against the devil.
Oh, man, I'm telling you what, man. Oh, man. Oh, man, well, it's good to see that a couple of other Russian soldiers were captured. And of course, one of them know that the Ukrainian army keeps on using the devil to capture it.
Someone's about to legitimately make a conspiracy theory off of my statement, like no joke. Then we will probably see videos, Matthew, on the pro-Russian side, like next week, and they're going, Ukraine is using the devil. And it'll be like a whole 40-minute video about how the devil works for Ukraine or something. There'll be something. That'll be a hard one, since they also use the devil voice as well. They're like masking of their voice as well. They use the same thing, so that wouldn't work that well. And also, we know the truth. Those are the devil on the ground that they actually have in custody. Actually, right there, it's the Russian. And you know, but the truth is, Matthew, you are angel when worth overtime, but devil when asked for salary. Yes, the good old Chinese door manufacturing proverb. The ancient Chinese proverbs. But moving on from that, speaking of something ancient, this video actually came from Day 2 of the offensive into Suiza, and we got to see one of those Ka-52s that got shot down. Check this out. There it is. And there he goes. Isn't that funny? Look at that. Wow. And also, huge shout to BC Skyman, by the way. He's throwing in a ton of support. Huge thanks to BC. And I gotta say, huge thanks to BC Skyman coming in clutch. Absolute legend, BC Skyman. Thank you so much once again. And we see right there the Ka-52 smoldering on the ground. That thing is done for. But still, even listen to that Ka-52 did hit. Once again showing, and I gotta say this, folks, we had this story down pat because sometimes on this channel I do work with the little information that we have and we fill in the blanks with what the most logical scenario would be to lead to this conclusion. I said back in the day when those Ka-52s were shot down, because all we had at that point was reports from Ukraine MOD of their shooting down, I said that those helicopters probably flew very close to the Ukrainian forces on the ground, probably were trying to strafe them with their main gun, and then they ended up being engaged by manpads and shot down in pretty much point-blank range. And that's exactly what happened, because the helicopter went down right here. And this is literally just about a half-mile away from the Ukrainian forces border. So this thing was point-blank range with them, and did end up getting shot down and pretty much in the face by a manpad. From what we